Wilcock supposedly passed away. Supposedly, I say, because I don't know, right? So there's lots of speculation out there. We're going to go into some of that, tied into, I believe, the 11. So the 11 that we know of right now, of course, this has been going on for a long time. It's decades of this going on. And what we're going to find out is, why, and some of the people that are involved in, making people disappear for one reason or another. And some of those people that disappear from life, right? And some of those people just go missing, just disappear without any trace. So there are different groups, obviously, that are involved in this, and we're going to talk about that, right? Now, so I did another show after that. Had Juan O'Savin on and David Kinney. We're talking about the corruption, school bonds, and so forth. And then Juan, there's like private. It's like boom, 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 and so his screen went blank, and so we found out later that there's a little scuffle, and Juan is okay, right? Because afterwards I was like, that's really strange that we still see, Juan's video cut out and the sound cut out. And there was all that noise there. So I was hoping that he was okay, but he called later and said that he'd been in a little scuffle. Now, being in a little scuffle with Juan is because Juan has been around a long time, guys. And as you guys know, Juan moves around independently for the most part. So, he's involved in some, high level stuff, and he exposes a lot of high level stuff. So I'd kind of heard that Juan has skills to, deal with problems, right? On a physical level, if need be. And I was like, that explains a lot of things, because I can move around in a lot of sketchy areas because I have a lot of skills, right? So knowing that Juan has a lot of skills, I'll leave it up to him if he tells a story about, the little scuffle. And it's pretty funny, actually. So that's why Juan dropped out. Now, Juan also said he may join us later. We couldn't get a confirmation. He wanted to share some stuff about Tina Peters. That's pretty revelatory. And it would be pretty wowzer if he was able to come in and talk about that. But Tina Peters, things seem to be moving in a good direction. So that's all I can say right now. It's up to Juan to release that stuff. So, all right. Let's look at, the situation with David Wilcock. We'll go into that. Now, I've been to events that David did in Hawaii. We met him in person. Really, really one of the most incredible guys you'll ever meet, right? His research was impeccable during the time frames. He was very big in the UFO reveal information. He did a lot of stuff on Gaia, and had some problems with Gaia. I don't know what happened, but he was one of the reasons Gaia blew up, and then Gaia went after him, right? And kind of destroyed him, right? And I guess according to Corey Goode, who they also kicked out and went after, and that's up to Gaia. I've been to Gaia. I have secret space program stuff that I revealed at Gaia. So whatever is going on there, whatever happened, that's all up to those guys. There's lawsuits going on, all kind of crazy stuff. So it was pretty tragic. But getting back to David, all right? So David, let's look at, there's a lot of information that's out there. Corey Goode actually came out. He was pretty distraught, and he talked about how David was constantly under attack. I've watched David for well over a decade, maybe a couple decades. You know, Juan even said that he knew David when he got out of high school. It's like, Juan, is there anyone you don't know? Like, geez. So we talked about David a little bit. So, and yeah, he's still, Juan is still doing his own research into that situation. And, you know, Juan is not going to reveal everything, just like I'm not going to reveal everything. And we can't for multiple reasons. One, to make sure we continue to live on this earth. And another is that, you know, some of this information, it's not time for it to be released. And those people that are controlling the information, it's up to them to a certain extent. Now, a lot of people are like, I want to know the truth and only the truth, and I should get it right now. They've never been in a situation where, and they don't understand that. So I don't knock those people. It is what it is. And we'll get the truth, guys. It will come. We don't even know if it's him, because that's the way they treat these things. It could look a lot like him. He could have a wallet on him that has his information on him, his picture and everything, and they still will do an investigation and won't release, you know, this until they've done the investigation. So 2 days after posting video warning about how it's scary that scientists are going missing. So I haven't reported on this myself, but it is, it's a good time to do it, right? But, you know, there's many of us that are, you know, under threat, and many of us that, like myself, that release information on the secret space program. If you get too close to home and stuff that there, and you could be just like me, you could just be winging it out there, not really realizing. And this is how I got myself in trouble one time with these baddies. I was just winging out information. I'll talk about that in a minute. And my life turned upside down. They destroyed my life, and they tried to kill me many times, and still try to, I believe. So he previously posted, and this was years ago, that he was not suicidal. Now, you can go back and look at his video on YouTube. It's still available from his last show. I think he did it on Sundays, usually when he would do his shows. And, you know, he's got the angry daddy. It's funny. It's a funny guy. He's an actor. He had he was an excellent musician, excellent researcher. He could act really well. It was just an amazing guy. Now, when you look at him, if you're looking at this picture right there, looks like a little guy, right? But I met him in person. He's like, I don't know, 6'3", 6'5", something. He's pretty tall, right? And he knows martial arts. Or new, I say, I'm kind of talking about him in the present tense, but you know, Juan and I were talking about it a little bit, and I said he didn't know that he lived in Boulder County, Colorado, and he said, "Oh, that you never want to live in Boulder, Colorado." I was like, "Okay," and you know, we obviously Tina Peters is in Colorado, so there's a lot of problems in Colorado, guys. If you can get out of Colorado, I would probably recommend you do that. Who knows how long the problem's going to last there, and how crazy it's going to get there. I read stuff on Colorado all the time. I'm like, geez, these guys just keep pushing the envelope on stupid. And I don't see how people continue to allow this to happen. But it is what it is. Now, Representative Anna Paulina Luna even, you know, put out yesterday. We just learned, so I guess they have, you know, more insights, being congressional representatives, of the tragic passing of David Wilcox. So I think it's pretty, at this point, we can say definitively that in one way or another, he's no longer going to be out in front of us, right? Right? See, like the way I say that? He's no longer going to be out in front of us. Whether that changes in the future remains to be seen. And we'll just kind of talk a little bit about that. It says, we are praying for his family, loved ones, and the millions of lives he impacted. So, like I said, he was an incredible person. He had really good intuition. he, like me, he tapped into Archangel Michael, and he wrote books on that. I think I got read every one of his books. I did several of his courses. Like I said, I went to one of his events. Really outstanding guy. Watched him for years. Followed him. Great information. So definitely going to be missed in the public eye, right? So he's 53, was a well-known figure in ufology. This is key, ufology, because they protect that information and they will kill you if you breach a certain line. They will kill you, right? They control it very aggressively. So, and he did alternative research circles. Some of the people that he worked with in the past, I worked with them as well. So outstanding pedigree, in his research and the people that he connected with and moved up the ladder in sharing information. He authored multiple New York Times bestsellers, appeared regularly on the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, and served as Director of Advanced Technology for Stavati Aerospace. He had been vocal about government disclosure on unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP or UFOs or whatever's going to be the like misdirection term they're going to use next week, right? Because just when you think you've got this down, they're going to like throw you a curveball, like unidentified anomalous phenomena. Like what? That's quite a mouthful, you knuckleheads. And advanced technologies, especially speaking to over 500,000 people who subscribe to him on YouTube. So he was very adept at keeping his YouTube channel. He did a really good job on during the time frame, and he knew the words not to say over time. He really did, I think, love humanity on a great level, or does. All right. So just 2 days before his death, Wilcock went on live on YouTube and made chilling remarks about a pattern of deaths in his community. I'm excited to be here. Every day that I have on earth is a gift and a blessing. And I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing, he said. It's a little bit scary, right? And so you can watch that. That's at about 10:30, I believe it is. So I watched that. And of course, he does an angry daddy in the beginning. It's funny. He was, like I said, he was really, really good guy in a lot of different ways, right? All right. So my dear family, he said on the live stream just before, the day before, he said, my dear family, I am not yet sure if I am doing a show tomorrow. I've had some very intense stuff going on this weekend. Now, I remember there was a time long ago, I'd say 5, 6, maybe even further, where he came on and he was very distraught on the air. And he said that he had been told that he was being targeted. And, he was told that to stay alive, he needed to come out and talk more, right? And that's one of the things, obviously, I do a lot of, all right? So it is one of those things that can, or not, in his case, unfortunately, not necessarily keep you going, but it can keep you going and so forth. So he says, we live in a loving universe. I am very grateful to you all for all your love, care, and support. So almost sounds like he knew that maybe something was up, right? The timing has raised eyebrows among followers, especially given Wilcock's past statements, pushing back against any belief that he would kill himself. So this is back in 2022, December 11th, 2022. I plan on living, not suicidal at all. Just concerned about what happens when you prove God is real, right? So as we have detailed in multiple articles, the FBI under Director Kash Patel has launched a major investigation and disappearances of at least 11 high-level U.S. scientists with access to classified information in nuclear aerospace propulsion. To see how they don't say anti-gravity, right? But propulsion, missile technology, and UAP related programs. All right. So that is how we start this. All right. And now we go down the rabbit hole. Right. I know you guys like going down rabbit holes. And that's kind of what we're going to do now. All right. So the word is that there was a call to a, I guess, crisis, maybe not crisis here, but the sheriff's office or whatever. So somebody, David or somebody, called a crisis line and said that David Wilcock was distraught and blah, 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 right? So within about 15 to 20 minutes, the sheriffs arrived on the scene, and there was David with a gun in his hand. So I don't really understand, that line. Who would do that? Definitely, that's not David. So if you're going to kill yourself, why would you go outside and the cops show up and then you kill yourself, right? So there's some problems there if that's really what was going on as far as what happened, right? So let me take you to Milton William Cooper, right? So this was someone in the distant past that was killed in a shootout with cops, right? So now William Bill Cooper, he passed away in November 5th. So this is after September 11th, which he predicted, in 2001, right? Was an American conspiracy theorist. So of course this is Wikipedia. So they're going to put the bullshit in there, guys. And they're gonna make him look like they want him to look. The CIA and the people that are controlling the information about the UAPs or the UFOs, or however you want to call them, wanted David to appear to have committed suicide because we know how they do suicidal stuff, right? So I've heard some people out there talking about how David was suicidal. I don't know what these guys' backgrounds are, but there's going to be misinformation and information that's going to go out there. So you just need to be aware of that, guys. So early life and education, he was in the United States Navy. And he claimed, they said, to have served in the United States Navy, United States Air Force, and Naval Intelligence. So the Naval Intelligence in the United States Navy is absolute. However, they can clean public records, and public records only indicate a period of service in the Navy with a ratings of E5, which is basically E5 petty officer second class in the Navy, or sergeant in the rest of the military. So he did a tour of duty in Vietnam with 2 service medals. At the end of the war, while working at Naval Intelligence, Cooper served on a briefing team for Admiral Bernard A. Clary. He then attended a junior college in California. So he was being groomed for something. I know, because I was groomed throughout my career. And they don't just send you to these schools just because you're there, right? So he worked for several technical and vocational schools before making his conspiracy theories known. Beginning in 1988, Cooper expanded the speculations of earlier conspiracies by incorporating government involvement. So it goes on to talk about how he, during his career, had seen stuff. So it talks about he was serving aboard in 1966. He was serving aboard the USS Tiru when he and fellow Navy personnel witnessed a metal craft larger than a football field repeatedly enter and exit the water. Now, Tim Burchett I've heard him speaking, because he's really one of those good congressmen, I believe, like Luna Paulina. So I think that, or Paulina Luna, whatever her name is, she and he are probably some of the good guys in the Congress, but there's few others, right? So Tim Burchett, he's from I think Tennessee. He's from Tennessee, and he's part of the UFO discovery type stuff. So I've heard him say that he talked to in his house an admiral that told him, just like that, football field sized craft that traveled in and out of the water, and in the water they would go 200 miles an hour. There's nothing that we have. Submarines, maybe 40, maybe 50. I don't know. Maybe they're not revealing. Maybe they can go 100 miles an hour, but I doubt it. But maybe. But this thing's like cruising as a football field size craft moving at 200 miles an hour, right? So pretty interesting. So it goes on to talk about how he talked to John Lear. Lear was the son of Learjet founder Bill Lear, and he was identified as a pilot that flew missions for CIA, and he talked a lot about the UFO cover-up. Now, Kerry Cassidy did like 4 hour of, total of 4 hours of shows with John Lear. I just recently, I'd watched some of it before in the past, long ago, and I just watched all 4 hours of it more recently. That's available, and I'll show you. That's available on her website, and we'll look at that in a minute. But it is pretty phenomenal, all the information that he was talking about, and now it's being revealed. So same thing with Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper was revealing all kinds of crazy stuff. Cooper described the Illuminati as a secret international organization controlled by the Bilderberg Group that conspired with the Knights of Columbus, Masons, Skull and Bones, and other organizations. Its ultimate goal, he said, was the establishment of a new world order. So he's talking about this in his book, which what was that? What was the book? I've read it before. It's in here somewhere. Where is that? The name of that book? I want to say, but I want to make sure I say it right. Anyway, I'll find it here in a minute. It's in this article. Somebody knows it, just throw it in the chat, and I'll say it. So, behold a pale horse. That's it. Thank you. Ride a pale horse? No. Close. Behold a pale horse. Truth of Mike. Thanks. All right. So it is. I remember reading that book long ago. Now, I guess he knew Juan. And Juan they were friends, right? And Juan has talked about him several times. And in The Called, the movie that Juan did, he goes to his gravesite. And I don't know if he left some flowers, but he talked about it on his way to Washington, D.C. It's a very, very interesting gentleman. Juan obviously thought very highly of him. So he talked about a lot of different things. He had his own radio show. He was revealing stuff, and they got tired of him revealing, so they came out and shot him, in my opinion. They attempted to arrest Cooper at his Edgar, Arizona home on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and endangerment stemming from disputes. They can, with local residents, they can build this up to, make anything happen. And so anyway, they said that he shot the head of one of the, right. So, before they had, body cams. Did they have a body cam for David? All right. Can we see that? So it'll be interesting, this stuff going forward. Now let's look at the 11 different people that have disappeared, because I think that David is within this group, right? I think they're trying to send a message. I think some of these people may have actually by this, MJ12 group or whatever, whoever's doing this, Majestic 12 people, Majestic level of way above top secret. Not even the president has access to it, which is insane, right? So the way they protect this stuff is they formed it into corporations. So corporations, some of these, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and I don't know if Boeing's involved in it, but there's, they push this stuff into development of some of these secret technologies into the corporate side, so that Tim Burchett was talking about this, so they can't have Freedom of Information Act on them. So if it's in a corporation, then the government can't go into the corporation. So that's, I believe, one of the reasons why they push these into the corporation, so they keep the stuff secret. And then they got a group of people that, if you start to get wise to their stuff, or you get out of line working for them, suicide you, or, something worse. I don't know what that might be, but it could be something worse, right? Directed energy weapons where you fry. Yeah, I've had a little bit of that, actually. And heart attack machine, all kind of crazy stuff, that come to me from a lot of different things. But you will, see that all these people are disappearing, like David Wilcock, and they're trying to, force a situation so that you'll not go in that direction. So they continue to control this information. So if you were to look into this, like a David Wilcock, or, some of these other scientists or whatever, and you had information that they wanted to control, and they could control you, you weren't part of their team, you weren't part of the Illuminati or, Luciferian cult or whatever, they're going to, do away with you. Now, I think the White Hats, and Carrie Cassidy actually said that she believes that David is alive, and she was taken into a program. I believe, I know that there's a lot of people who have gone into those programs, protective programs. So is he in one of those programs? I don't know. But I kind of feel that he is, right? So we'll talk more about that. But for right now, we're going to have Mel come on and talk about staying alive, right?
How you doing, brother?
Good, brother. How you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good, man. You're strong.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm watching you backstage, and I'm saying, oh my God, a lot of people are saying red flags. I'm on the phone with the police department, the sheriff's department today. I'm hunting them down like a wildebeest.
Good man.
Okay. And they are pissed off that I'm even asking tough questions, and I don't give a shit. I recorded them, and I'm turning it into a podcast. Fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how I feel. And there's more coming. I'm not done with it. I told them, I'm an independent journalist. I'm a podcaster. I'm a filmmaker. I'm this, I'm that, whatever. And I am. And I want to know. I says, you said he killed himself. You don't say how. Did he kill himself with a machete, a knife, a gun? What caliber gun? Is it a 22? Is it a 9mm? Is it 38? Is it a 380? Is it a 357 Magnum? What is it?
Yeah.
Do you have any footage? Because you guys get called in a 911. You guys got to have some footage.
That's
by law. You have to have the cameras rolling when you pull up to the crime, the scene of the crime. Yep. I want to see the video of him committing suicide. Where's the video? Where's the body? Where's the morgue that has his body? Where's a lot of things, right?
Good job.
And they can't answer the questions, and they're like, well, somebody else picked up the phone. Well, I'm talking for so and so, and I don't have to answer to you. And I got it all on tape.
Nice. Yeah, Colorado's they're pretty out there. So it's not a good place to live. And if you're going to get caught up in something like this, that's going to suck.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. But this thing stinks to high heaven, because this guy had an exotic company that produces exotic technology that messes with the petrol industry. And the day after, supposedly or allegedly, that he's gone, the website gets shut down. I know there are people that work for that company. Those people need to come forward, whoever those people are. You understand? There's just too many anomalies that don't make any sense.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah.
You're hot on it too. Good.
Yeah. Yeah,
man,
absolutely. I'm hot on their trail, as they say.
very good.
So
So
but anyway, brother, thank you
how
for
was your?
inviting me.
Don't you dare scroll.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there you go.
I'm getting your videos ready.
Oh, cool. Let's do that.
Which one would you like to look at first?
It's up to you, man. It's a movie about the straw
here.
man.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let's get some power. It's high energy.
Are you there? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
There you go.
I had it on mute. Sorry.
No worries. You're good. I got a crazy dog over there. You're gonna wait, buddy. Okay, you're gonna take a number and wait in line like everybody else. Anyway, yeah, you like the trailer, right? Isn't that awesome? And look, again, investigative journalism. We are uncovering the truth, and no one can deny that that's exactly what it is. That they've been trading our marriage license, our birth certificate, our hunting license, our speeding tickets, our parking tickets, everything we signed for. Your car, you think you own a car, you think you own a Lamborghini, but yet you have a registration. Well, guess what? If you don't pay that registration, the state can come pick up your Lamborghini because it belongs to the state. It doesn't belong to you, you foolish people out there. Okay. And your driver's license is traded. Everything you do in life, there's so many things. Bonds. There. You ever hear my name is my bond? My name is a bond. The terminology, my name is a bond. Okay, in other words, you could take it to the bank that I will pay you. Well, they brainwashed us to say that. Well, your social security number is your bond number, and they've been trading you like cattle. The twin, the guy that doesn't exist, which is part of a corporation, corpse, and everybody's worth a minimum 200 million, 300 million. And a lot of you are worth 500 million, 800 million. Some of you are worth billions of dollars. David Strait saw accounts upwards of $35 billion. It's in the movie. We show the proof. When I say capisce, that means do you understand in Italian?
Yes, I capisce. So it's going to be very interesting when this video comes out and the response from it. Now, you did that show there at the Cape Canaveral area, and how did that go?
Oh my God, that was freaking! We just literally captured lightning in a bottle. It was energetic. It was a spiritual movement. It was spiritual enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. People just didn't want to leave. Juanito was on stage till 11:30 at night. Did you ever hear of Juanito going to an event, staying on stage? If he would have stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning, the last 60 people would have left when he got done speaking. I had to literally drag him off stage, say, "I got some pizza backstage for you," and it was so funny.
You had some good. You get some good pizza too. A good place.
Yeah, he's hysterical. He really loved our crowd. He loved the location. He loved staying alive. He wants to talk to me now. I don't know what he wants to talk to me about, but I think he might want to do just a hunch. I think he might want to do another event down in Cape Canaveral, and he might be on stage with a guy you might remember. I think you're old enough to remember a guy by the name of Bill Gould.
Oh yeah.
Remember Bill Gould, the Equinox ex-CEO, which I'm very, very good friends with?
Nice.
He might be on stage with Juanito on the next one. Just a little hunch, a little birdie telling me this.
Well, there's one a fraud event. We did bond fraud or bond gate in Las Vegas a few weeks ago, and we're going to do another one, I believe in June. And Juan's talking about doing 3 other ones, even larger events across the country. So that might be what he's
yes. So I don't know if he wants to use our location, because I think he likes the small location with 200, 220 people or so. It's more controllable, et cetera, et cetera. He wanted to make sure we had enough security. God, we went overboard on security. I think
very important.
there was like 29 people with guns that they were like marksmen in the crowd. You know what I mean? It's like, are you crazy? Security. I said, you don't know who the security is when I was up on stage. I says, because we don't have shirts and marked. We got these little things in the ears, like, trying to act like we work on, for someone in Washington, D.C. and all that nonsense. As we communicate telepathically, but we're here. Okay. So he wanted to make sure that he was protected. He was well protected.
Yeah, very good. And that's the way it was at the Bond gate too. We had some really good protection. He says the next one will be even twice as much, even better. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So he's talking about even bigger events. I don't know. So he'll talk.
Well,
to you about
I got him hooked up with some big venues potentially here in Titusville. I don't know if he's going to pull the trigger on any of those.
Yeah.
That are airplane hangar size, etc. That are huge. So that could be like 700-800 people event. That's if there's tables and in the event. If there's no tables and we do a tent outside for the dinner and lunch, then it might be more like 1,200, 1,500. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he was talking kind of those numbers, across the country. This probably, if they have a bar in the center of the area, and he's saying they may move it for him. And if they do, we can get up to 6,500, maybe 700. But he's talking about 1,200 or more going across the country. So these are going to be great. Like your movie, it's a great reveal, and the stuff that on your shows. I saw some of the stuff you're coming out with. You're right on, brother. Good job.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. One thing we want to definitely do with this movie, if I could have my cake and eat it too, Mike, is to try and get as many police officers to watch the movie and the police officers to start digging. We want the police officers to start turning those weapons in the right directions and to start asking some questions, because questions need to be asked and questions need to be answered. Tough questions, not just softball questions. Because at the end of the day, yes, some of them know what they're doing and they're troublemakers, because if you know what you're doing and you know that those ticket money is being traded, meanwhile, you're in the highest divorce rate profession in the world. Okay. A lot of drugs and a lot of alcoholism through the police departments behind the scenes at home, etc. And the highest divorce rates and the highest, trouble at home, etc. So if you're really out there and you know what you're doing and you got those kinds of problems at home and you're causing trouble out in the street, that makes you a troublemaker. Shame on you. But if you don't know and you want to get educated, this is your chance to get educated and start asking the tough questions, because I think, we're going to find out if you're a part of humanity or you're not part of humanity. Talk is cheap, right? Yeah.
And they've already started busting a lot of these cops with the fraud. I've been hearing upwards of 50% of police forces are in jail in some areas now. So we need to educate them. They probably get roped into some sketchy stuff, and everybody's been doing it for a long time, so they're just part of so we need to break them free from
absolutely
that.
Well, you see, Mike, I knew about the straw man for a long time. The only problem is I had a problem connecting the dots because nobody was really explaining it properly. They didn't really take their time, and they were trying to use big college words. All these people that go to college, they learn those 18 fancy words that they scramble around, use over and over again to try and make themselves sound more intelligent than everybody else. And I just dumbed it down. I just took it. I said, you know what? Okay, now I understand it. Now I'm going to dumb it down, and I'm going to explain it, Mel Carmine way, right? I put the Carmanism into it so that people could understand it and people could go and start doing the research, because they'll understand it for the first time. I think the movie is going to be very powerful. It's going to be $5.89. It's not going to put you in the poor bank, okay? Because I need to fund the next movie. The next movie is Donald Trump meeting with the generals in a private room, them asking him to run for president, him coming down the escalator with the sign in the background that says money exchange. And I'm going to tie in the XRP and the new financial system into the Q movement, into Donald Trump being part of that movement on both fronts. And we're going to explain the most prolific story in the history of the world. And now, because of artificial intelligence, we can actually make it look like there are actors in the room meeting with Donald Trump. I'm waiting to see this new software that my editors found. They're so excited to show it to me, and I'm excited to look at it because I never thought I would be an ex-pizza guy being in the motion picture business through artificial intelligence. It's crazy, you know.
Yeah,
but that's going to have to be like a 17-part movie.
That other little clip.
What's that? Sure, you can show the other one.
Yeah, good. I like this one too. They're both fantastic.
Yeah, it's truly powerful, Mike. And if people understand exactly how compound interest on top of compound interest on top of compound interest, by the time you're 19, you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. By the time you're born and they ink your feet, and by the time you turn 18, you're already worth. You understand? So this is what's happening. And to be quite frank with you, the reason why we're charging $589, I got a few projects that I need to fund. One of them happens to be something that's going to take social media down to its knees. Why do we need to take social media down to its knees? Why do we need to take the bull by the balls ourselves as podcasters and do what we have to do? Because we made the movie DearMrPresident.net. If you go to DearMrPresident.net, which is a movie about censorship, it's free of charge. Yes, that movie did get to the people that it was supposed to get to, including Donald Trump. I don't know if it caused him to do the executive order that basically says, hey, you can no longer censor podcasters like Michael and Mel Carmine and Nino Rodriguez and company ever again. We have an ironclad, but they're thumbing their nose at the rule of law, and they're still censoring us, including Rumble. Make no mistake about it. I sent a very elaborate email to Rumble. They have yet to reply. Okay, so I got to start tube1776.com. That's coming. Okay, that's another project that's on my table. So give us the money so we can fund these projects. And I promise you, there's never going to be any censorship on Mel Carmine's channel. And I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to go partners with all the podcasters. I'm going to make them all rich. You know why? Because I need my soldiers to be well funded. I don't want them scraping. I want them to be able to fight the New World Order and defeat it to the fullest extent.
Beautiful.
You understand? So that we can't wait for Donald Trump to just sign an executive order and expect some magical God to appear from the sky, and all of a sudden, boom, it happens. No, it happens when you grab the bull by the balls and say, okay, motherfucker, I'm in charge now. Let's go.
That's a good one. I like that. Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe I'm wacky, but with the artificial intelligence and smart kids like my chief editor, Mr. Goodluck, and people that he's running who are incredibly uber smart, why not? I just need the little piece in the back that is in charge of the money, so make sure that you guys get a fair share, a fair cut. So many times has YouTube and all these social medias went and tweaked the payment system, always in their favor, not in your favor? How many times? And no more commercials. Gee, what a thought.
Yeah, I love it. All right, brother. How can people find you?
Well, they can go to Mel Carmine Podcast on YouTube. That's my main channel. And then I got like 7 other channels. And if you happen to be in Cape Canaveral, pull the body over and let's put it inside staying alive. Let's charge the body. Your body's exactly like a Tesla car. You know what I mean? A Tesla car can only go for 400 miles, and it's got a pull over. I got to tell you a story about the Tesla car. It's amazing. The Chinese company, BOYD or something like that, BYD, I think you know the name of the company. It's an electric car company. They went to an engineer who was an artificial intelligence software and told that artificial intelligence engineer software to create a recipe for a battery that could be charged in under 5 minutes. Well, guess what? They achieved that.
Wow.
They didn't go to an engineer that's a human being that's 100 times stupider than the artificial. The artificial intelligence is right now 100 times smarter than all of us. 100 times. And it's going to go to 1,000, and it's going to go to 2,000, and it's going to go to the point where they're going to be doing operations on bodies, and it's going to get to the point where the artificial intelligence says, hey, you guys are in our way. You're stupid. Can you please get out of our way so we can go faster? Okay. In the next 5 years, 6 years, you're going to think you're living in a science fiction novel. I promise.
Sweet. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming on and
man.
sharing your info. And we'll look forward to, sharing more of your stuff in the future. So.
You're awesome. Thank you for inviting me. A big kiss to your beautiful wife.
Absolutely. Cheers, brother.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's get back to David Wilcock. That's, love Mel. He's got some great stuff coming up. He's going to help change the world. Now, David Wilcock, was he helping to change the world? Sure, he did a good job. But what happened to him? Was it a strategic extraction, as Kerry Cassidy calls it? Exposing the SSP to the world. That's what we're trying to do. I've been doing that. Kerry's been doing that for a lot longer. The deeper picture is this has been going on for decades. The only question is whether Trump and the White Hats are seeding this info out into the media on purpose to expose SSP to the world. According to William Tompkins, Navy intel, like, Bill Cooper, whistleblower, who supposedly fell down the stairs shortly after calling me and telling me he could never speak to me again. Now, William Tompkins had done a show with David Wilcock, and then Kerry got him and did shows, and he was supposed to come on another show, and he said, I can never talk to you. Don't call me ever again. This is the way this works. Now, did he, or did he go into some kind of, other program? So, he was going to talk about the extent of the child trafficking / reptilian infestation on planet Earth. He removed him to underground, undersea, or off-planet colonies. Moon? No, probably not the moon, but lots of planets out there. We're in Venus, Mars, Saturn, so forth. The moons in Saturn, Jupiter. So lots of places that we could be hidden and continue his work. Or are they holding him at a black site? This indicates there is a war on for disclosure between the Trump White Hat military and the dark magicians of NASA that cater to the reptilian side of the SSP. So pay attention. This story goes deep. Now, if you go to Kerry's site, Project Camelot, I highly recommend you watch the John Lear. It's fantastic. It's got all 3 parts. Like I said, I listened to it, and then there's another one that you can listen to as well. So he went down the rabbit hole, I think almost a decade ago. I think it was 2006. She just released it. Or was it 2017? Maybe that's when it happened. So almost a decade ago, and she's re-released it. So the whole show. Now another aspect of this where I come in and started, having some of these problems. We'll talk about after we listen to this. So again, Kerry Cassidy had someone on her show, and I'll talk about this after we listen to what Fox News is sharing.
Okay, this is a story that we're sticking on Outnumbered. It has now gone to the new chapter. The U.S. House Oversight Committee will now investigate the mysterious 11 scientists. They'd all been working on high-level space or nuclear power research.
All right, so they're going to go into it, and they're going to have this one woman that is like completely clueless about any of this stuff, and she's going to whack out on it. But that's how most people are. Now, I looked at, David Wilcock. You can they've got there's lots of information on that. You can go into 11 scientist deaths and then pull that up, and you're going to see all kinds of articles on this one. Now, the reason why I believe this is deep state activity going on is because whenever the press starts to go, oh, it's all conspiracy theory, okay, huge red flag right there, right? And then they go into, oh, people are like falling for this and blah, blah. And they have all these people that are having these articles out there. And some of these, crazy, manipulated groups that are out there in the press that are putting out information. Then you have, just it looks like it's all like, on the up and up, and then they'll insert some bullshit in there, right? And they always do that, just like they did in this show.
Like leaving their homes without phones or wallets. Committee Chairman James Comer says a new coordinated effort is underway to find the answers.
This is something that could be very serious. We know there are many countries around the world that would love to have our knowledge and nuclear capabilities, and these are the people that were at the forefront of it.
Law enforcement has not drawn.
All right. So this has been going on like we have been telling you guys for decades. So now Trump brings it to a head, right? And now the deep state is really flailing at this point, in their little Muppets like Fox News and some of these other broadcasters are going to give you a little piece of the truth, and they're going to couch in some bullshitty, right? Which is basically going to turn people off because it's MK Ultra information that they're trying to disconnect you with the reality of this secret space program, guys. All right. So very, very interesting. If you look at some of this stuff, you're going to see the disinformation that's out there. And you guys with good critical thinking, you're going to see right through it right away. All right. Hats off to you guys. You guys have learned over the years not to trust these mofos. All right. So let's go in.
Link between or among any of these cases. However, the mystery is still prompting some fresh questions, like this one from our own Peter Ducey.
Do you think it's possible that some foreign spies could be scooping up our scientists to go build something?
That would be the most likely explanation for a lot of this, and that's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, there's been activity of foreign countries interfering with or bringing over scientists from other countries.
Let's misdirect, shall we? All right. So, the real culprit is the deep state, guys. So this is who needs to be revealed. And they're going to continually, play these games back and forth. Well, it's probably, some foreign government is stealing our scientists. What's happening with that? And so answer all the questions. How about it? Now think about it. They're just now coming to this. 11 scientists are missing, probably more at this point. 13. Tracy's telling me 13. I don't know. So anyway, so David was the 13th, and there's a 12th out there floating around out there. I don't know. But now think about it. If 13 Girl Scouts that were selling cookies disappeared, and investigation all over the country, hell yeah. How about school teachers? 13 school teachers that disappeared. How about 13 housewives that were just sitting at home, just got snatched up? How about, on and on and on. So this is another big red flag. They're just now getting around to this, and they're like speculating that maybe it's foreign spies, right? Such bullshit.
Like you were watching a movie.
That's what this feels like. It feels like we're living out.
All right, so let's go with the airhead first.
Some sort of sci-fi novel here or movie. We're talking about some of the most advanced scientists tied to national security. So in a large population of people, of course, deaths occur. But when you're talking about this smaller pool of highly specialized individuals in a cluster in such a short period of time, it seems a little bit more unusual. I have to read some of this information from Amy Eskridge, who is one of the scientists who allegedly, she was on a podcast in 2020, and she was saying that she was going to disclose she had discovered some anti-gravity propulsion information, and apparently that's widely discussed by UFO researchers who have claimed this advanced technology is what allows alien spacecraft to achieve impossible speeds. So she had discovered this. She was working on this anti-gravity, novel foundational work regarding anti-gravity. She was talking about how she was being targeted both psychologically and physically as well as a result of this. She was worried about her life.
All right. So we all know about this, but she's speaking in a way that this is just so out there, conspiracy theory stuff, right? So discounting this through her, actions and the way she's describing it.
And then, so she hired a British intelligence officer to help her look into some of these threats against her. And then they allege that an unknown suspect fired a directed energy weapon at her, causing burns across her body using powerful microwaves. So when you read that, I mean, it sounds insane. But yes.
All right. So it sounds insane. This is the average person here, right? So they're giving you the perspective of the average person, and they're saying insane. It sounds insane. All right. Like it's not real. Like these people are making this shit up. I can tell you directed energy weapons are real. I've had them directed at me. All right. And we've seen them burn down cities. So we are all on board with this. But here is, Fox News, which is going to MK Ultra a large group of people with the bullshit that you just saw there.
Why my face was like that when you had started this show off.
Lovely as always, but shocked.
Yeah, because even just taking into that, what she said on the podcast, it seems insane. But, I don't know. It's pretty crazy stuff. I hope we get to the bottom of it.
Well, and Emily, this is the part that we know that we can talk about via podcasting or reporting. Imagine what we don't know, and that's what the House and the federal government want to get into.
It's such a great point that hopefully...
All right, so we go from uninformed to someone that is informed, evidently. So you're going to get both sides of this.
And this is where sort of my faith lies, that all of the people who have the high level, top secret clearance abilities are working furiously and feverishly to discover exactly what the commonalities are, because all we see is this pattern, or what seems like a pattern. But you're absolutely right that, what they're even working on, we can't even articulate, frankly.
Right.
And right as you said that, I actually recently I was listening to Sean Ryan podcast.
Yes, I can articulate it. And David Wilcock articulated it. Kerry Cassidy articulated it. This has been going on for decades. All right. So now we're getting it to the point where it's breaking into the mainstream media, and they're going to bounce this all over the place and misdirect and confuse and disinfo.
The interview he had with a gentleman named AJ, who was the victim of one of those DEWs, and to hear the immediate and complete, total debilitating effects of one of those weapons that China and Russia have admitted having, that it took us forever to sort of admit to, but that lies in this world. It is quite easy, frankly, which is why it's totally horrifying, to debilitate someone in a way that's through a building, and is by targeted lasers and microwaves and things that, again, I can't even understand. So we should be looking at everything, because that is how we narrow down exactly what happened. And at the heart of this are 11 at least family members that lost their loved ones. So my other question is, what are the families saying? And
all right. So you're going to get the misdirection in the mainstream media, guys. So still, we have to do our own homework, our own research, and look at this stuff. Like David Wilcox's death, right? Like you heard from Mel, he's on it. Good job, Mel. He's like, oh, I'm up there in Colorado, the police there, and like put him on the spot. Good job. So, we're going to get any insights, any revelations, any results? No, I promise you, this is going to get bantered back and forth, and it could be for several I say two reasons. One reason is the deep state. All right. They want to continue to hide this information. So they have the dimwits in Fox, talk about it, banter it back and forth. In other broadcasts, CNN, they're all stupid with it right now. So they're doing that. And people are like, sounds stupid. I'm not even going to follow it. All right. That's their intention. Now, they've been doing this for years. They're expert at this. All right. Now, two, it's the white hats, all right? And I saw somebody in the chat said, maybe he's gone to Valhalla, right? So, yeah, maybe with all those other people that are there, right? It's one of those things that happens. I can tell you, I've been in several programs where me and like one or two other people, the only ones who know about this, and completely compartmentalized. All right. And because we're disclosing it. would be, it would reveal way too much. All right. So that's some of the things, that are out there that has to be protected. And then there's some things out there that we all should know, right? These, I hate to call them aliens. They're like, basically, some of them might be our ancestors, that, seeded us here. So we have a lot of this information that's already been revealed to us. Those of us that have, like I said, the critical thinking and can look at this stuff, we already know this to a great extent. We're just watching if this stuff gets revealed. Now, to distract people and to make people think twice about revealing this information at this time in this place, because they want to continue to manufacture and control their information and have the technology for themselves, right? And manipulate us with it, right? Like the director is your weapon stuff, right? Total bullshit. So at some point, we get the upper hand, which I think we're pretty much at that point. We being the ones that are awake, aware, and wanting this to reach the rest of the population. But you're going to continue, like I say, to have the Mockingbird media come out and distract us and take us off direction, disinform us, make us feel like we're stupid because we're following conspiracy theories. That's a conspiracy theory about directed energy weapons. Wow. At this point, it's kind of like the 9/11 buildings being hit by aircraft. It's all bullshit. At this point, I think everybody's gotten that. Maybe there's still a few consciously compromised people out there that still believe the false narrative. But at this point, most of us are awake to this. And because of that, we're awake to the knowledge that a lot of this stuff is manipulated. So we question everything, right? Everything. And we don't let these guys get away with their stupidity. Now, Kerry Cassidy, in the past, did an interview with a gentleman called, at the time, he was calling himself Bill Wood, right? And eventually he would come out and say his name was Bill Bruckbreiter, right? So I saw his videos, and this was when I was working for the CIA at the time. And I was like, the stuff that he was talking about, he said he was a Navy SEAL. He went into a specialized program where they're sending missiles so that the people of some of these towns would get, very angry with the U.S. and continue the wars. And he said he was part of these, and he got sick of it and decided to break free. So what happened? Well, the military, came after Kerry Cassidy, and she's like, well, you want to take me to court? We'll just expose all this stuff, right? And so, things happen. I'm very observant. I was watching these programs, and I said on social media, this guy seems legit. He talks about some of the stuff in the SEAL program and so forth. That's legit, because I was an instructor and all that kind of stuff. Now, let me give you a little backside on that. So here I was the senior instructor in first phase where the Hell Week is, right? At one time, we noticed they're trying to push through missile techs, kind of like Bill Wood's talking about, right? These were people that were not meeting the standards, and we're trying to, say, okay, you're not meeting the standards, so you're not going to continue. We were trying. They being the commanding officer and some other people were trying to push them forward. I even had the commanding officer come down to me, and after a bunch of these gentlemen quit that were part of this program, evidently, as we look back on, and he said, we're going to put them back in. And I was like, yes, sir. Well, we made sure that they quit, and they quit good after that, right? So he didn't have any say. So that's the way some of us work, guys. So I've been pushing the envelope for a long time. So we also started to see that in our Hell Week, they were trying to push these guys into a Hell Week class. The guy that was the officer that was running the phase, remember, I'm the senior listed, I'm the gatekeeper, right? Our officer of the phase came up to me and he said, would you mind if we put this boat crew into the class? It was a boat crew full of quitters. So again, as we would find out later, they're all missile techs that they wanted for this special program, right? So I looked at the guys and the guys are like, hell no. And I was like, no, sir, we're not going to allow those guys to come in. He's like, well, would you mind if they did a Hell Week separate from ours? And I was like, I don't care what you do, as long as they're not in our class. So off they went, and they're all happy with that. Well, there was one time where we had pollution, or so we were told, along the coast, and we did from, Mexico. They didn't have a good treatment plant down there, so they were releasing raw sewage into the ocean, and it was polluting the water and causing some problems. So we couldn't, it had reached a level where we couldn't do our Hell Week. So they flew us out to San Clemente Island to do our Hell Week. And so we're like, yeah, we're flexible. Yep, we're going to do what we need to do. So we went out there and conducted a Hell Week. We come back, and the guys from the SEAL team said, I thought you guys went out to San Clemente to do Hell Week. And we're like, we did. And he said, well, somebody was running a class here. They were running those quitters that were missile techs. Bill Wood, all right? So he's disclosing on 9/11 missile that hit the Pentagon. He talked about it. He disclosed how, like I said, they were sending missiles to continue these wars, blowing innocent people up. And they really came after him. And so there was a pattern that I was seeing. I talked about it. Lo and behold, the CIA really came after me then, right? And I'd been working with the CIA for a long time. I walked on water with the CIA. Everybody wanted me to be in there, wherever they were. All right, I went to all the places where there's lots of violence and bloodshed and all kind of crazy stuff. And everybody wanted me there because I did an unbelievable job as a leader and operator and all kind of stuff. So they started to lean on me, and I was like, oh, wow. What is this all about? And I wouldn't figure it out for many years later, right? Like I said, they basically drove me out of the CIA, ruined my life, stole all my money, tried to completely crush me. The only thing that saved me was I had a lot of silver and gold. And you better bet you that I have a lot of silver and gold now, all right? So these are the things that these people do, guys. So Kerry Cassidy has been involved in this for a long time. David Wilcock was involved in this for a long time. Is he in Valhalla or some other by the deep state, or did he kill himself? It remains to be seen. But I would say stay open-minded, like I always tell you guys. All right, just be open-minded about it. Don't get hooked into it. Don't get crazy one way or the other. All right, it is what it is. And I see a lot of you guys are like downing because David's gone. Just be open-minded, right? Be open-minded. All right. Yes. Becky, you drove by the Pentagon, then you know that was bullshit. What they said about a jet, they never found. They found like this one wing particle, and the engine that they found was for a cruise missile. Hello. So it's in our face. It's in our face. These criminals, all right, they're always trying to do this shit. All right, so what's going to happen in the Middle East? I believe that we're going to put boots on the ground at some point, and that's what's going to be the thing that drives this. Now, how long will that take? I don't think it's going to take that long because we've basically crushed them, Middle Easterners, in every war we've been in, crushed them, right? And we're better today than we've ever been before, guys. Right now, what I think is that we'll have special forces, some Marine types, and maybe some other groups. 82nd, I don't know, 101st, maybe some Rangers or whatever. Will reach out to certain areas that, just like we saw when we invaded Normandy, there were groups that were there that guided the allies to certain areas so they get better results, they were protected, and so forth. We're probably going to see the same thing in Iran, right? We're going to see people there. We know we're going to see people there that are active, underground type militias and so forth, that are not literally underground, but, as far as like being outward. So underground type, hidden. And they've been active, I think, already, blowing some stuff up here and there and shooting some people that need to be shot. They're going to be helping us take that country, and it'll go down a lot faster than if we're coming into a country that was completely against us, right? So we saw this in Iraq. We saw this in, I don't know, where we just go. Probably going to see it in Cuba, right? And we saw it in where we just like take those people down. That southern area. I want to say Louisiana, but it's not Louisiana. Somebody throw in the chat. Geez, what's that country we just like kicked ass in? The dinar is definitely going to go up. Venezuela. God, thank you so much. Geez, I get into these different things. So anyway, Venezuela. Now think about it. Now Trump and team basically just had a 2 million gallon oil tanker that they seized that Iran was shipping to China. Maybe with this taking down the Iranians and holding up the oil running through the Gulf, we're going to kill two birds with one stone, right? So Venezuela was sending cheap oil to China. That stopped, right? And we're doing the same thing in the Gulf. That stopped, right? Maybe they're getting it from Russia. We haven't stopped that yet, but whatever. They're not getting the oil that they need to conduct a war, right? How about that? All right. You think you see a bigger picture now of some of the things that are going on? Let's look at some other things that are happening in the States, right? We look at the big picture a lot on this show, but we really need to be also concerned and focused on what's going on here in America.
This is Russian mob. That's running this.
Russian and Armenian. So I stroke the Armenians.
All right. So is it really Russian and Armenian? Or is it one of these gangs from the South, right? The cartels. Sure, there's probably all kinds of cartels and mafias here in the United States. But look what they say about what he's doing in California.
Apparently. The Russians actually got a hold of somebody who knew my mom and said they called, and then that person then called my mom and said, the Russian mafia wants me to tell you to make sure Nick doesn't come poking around our fraud. Like, that's not a joke. We were driving in LA. I was working on a separate video. Somebody called my mom, and she apparently knew some people and she had my mom's phone number. She called my mom and said, the Russian mafia wants to make sure to let you know to have Nick not come snooping around our businesses.
How's that make you feel?
I was like, well, I'm probably not going to go check out the Russians. But it is scary because, like, the Somalians, they were threatening me publicly. Like, they had their people talking in these chats. They were out doing this press conference. It was like they're trying to sell a book. Like they're like Gavin Newsom. They're trying to sell his own book. These people are doing press conferences and whatnot. The Armenians and the Russians, they're a lot smarter than that. They're not.
Okay. Yeah. The mafia groups, the child trafficking, the drugs, the weapons trafficking. And a lot of these Congress people are part of this, guys, right? like Ilhan Omar. It's the same Gavin Newsom. It's the same thing, funding the same group that's controlling us on multiple levels.
Doing these press conferences about trying to protect their fraud. And so they're going to work in a lot quieter way. So that was very scary when my mom did get that phone call.
How's your mom take that?
Like now, we're not like used to it, but it's like, hey, Nick, we need to be cautious. Which isn't fun. That one was a little crazy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah, that was serious.
I mean, that's serious.
Because I mean, these people, like we talk about like the mafia or gangs, like it's real. Like there's certain parts in America where mafias or gangs do have control. But you don't.
Just like those people that control the information from the UFO, from anti-gravity programs, from the nuclear programs, all these different things, guys. They have hit teams that actually come from the mafia. JFK had a lot of mafia guys that basically shot at him on that day, that fateful day, right? So there's a lot of this that's going on. We need to be aware of it. It's a big operation. It's a big operation that Trump's undergoing. And just like I've alluded to, part of the operation is to foil the Chinese as well with this, controlling the oil at this point. So that will, undermine their process and their ability to, push and foment and cause problems, across multiple areas. Just like Iran, we're keeping upwards of $500 million a day from going into Iran's coffers, which they use to basically pay Hezbollah, Hamas, and a host of other people throughout the world, in the South America, Venezuela. Hours, I think less than an hour, I think, when they went into Venezuela and got Maduro, Special Forces guys, Delta boys. An hour before that, the Chinese ambassador there in Venezuela was meeting with Maduro. An hour before that went down. Little signal there, right? All right. So these are the games that are being played. Is David Wilcox still alive? Did David Wilcox shoot himself or hang himself or commit suicide? It's all up in the air right now, and what they release is always going to be suspect to me, right? I'm pretty much with Kerry Cassidy that he basically was slipped into a different program where he's going to probably continue to do really good stuff. I think David was really suppressed in the last several years of his life here amongst us. Now maybe he'll be able to branch out and do other things without any consequences or any pressure or anything like that. And imagine that. Imagine a world where we don't have the deep state anymore. Wow. It's going to be cool, right? All right, but we're going to have to go through some pain and, problems, in that process of, eliminating them and all the cray-crays that are, have no idea about any of this stuff and going to flip out and have their little temper tantrums. It's going to be very interesting going forward. All right. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration, because that keeps your intuition open so you can watch this stuff before it comes at you. Right? So it's served me quite well. And of course, get into LifeWave. All right, LifeWave, the energy patch, the X39, which basically activates your stem cells. And now we have the water machine, which basically you ingest water into your body. There's only company that has a water machine that does that, right? So great stuff. Great technologies are being revealed. Yes, those were suppressed quite a bit and still are from the deep state. and the evil medical institutions that are out there, but we're getting them out there. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration.
Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note, the Starlink Satellite Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide, to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down, internet, TV and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit/debit cards and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash and necessities on hand, although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nizara/Jazara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds would be called into exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. 2s. April 21, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. Monday, April 20, 2026, Trump's Global Military Alliance has discovered an underground cloning lab in Antarctica that contained 290 centers for cloning. Present were clones and duplicates of babies, half of the world's leaders in clones including Hillary Clinton, Obama, Biden, and Fauci. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. A possible timing on Friday 24th of April or Saturday 25th of April, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. The EBS signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elites. On 2s. April 28, 2026, full activation speeds up. Rescued children healed first. Great Awakening peaks with miracles. On Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Trump orders protect medbeds. Republic fully restored. 3. Epstein hearings, Gates testimony June 10. Subpoenas issued before April 30. 4. Tesla free energy released to the general public worldwide, 107 on Telegram. B. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, 3 days of exposure, 10 Days of Darkness, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram, May 12, 2026 Alliance Plan, Military Intelligence follows the Julian calendar. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 Days of Darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government, we will finally be free from the parasites. Federal Reserve. Dead. IRS. Taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items, no taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events. As the grand spectacle takes shape, a series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins, backed by precious metals, will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nizara/Jazara/RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts, invoking FISA military tribunals, and confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. See Global Currency Reset Monday, April 20, 2026. Bond payments, bond rumors and currency payments, what you need to know. 2s. April 21, 2026. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. 2s. April 21, 2026. Paymasters have been given until Wednesday 22nd of April to finish their bond payouts. 2s. April 21, 2026. Bruce, the big call. On Friday at 8 p.m. the Clarity Act was passed by Congress so that cryptocurrencies would back the GCR. One source said we are on high alert for Wednesday to Thursday, 22 to 23 April. Certain redemption center leaders have been off, are on call for WED and must go in on Thursday 23rd of April. We should receive our tariff dividends, around $2,000, over the next 3 days, WED, Thursday or Friday 22, 23, 24 April by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are 2 confirmations that the EBSNDs will be utilized Friday 22nd of April or Sat. 23rd of April of this week. It appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. Appointments will be received between now and Saturday 25th of April. Nizara initiates in the U.S. in April. Jazara initiates for the world in May. D2s. April 21, 2026. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starlink quantum financial system, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything about this topic. E-banking crisis 2s. April 21, 2026. Nationwide banking crisis, individual accounts showing zero balances, 2s. April 21, 2026. Important information for crypto holders, 2s. April 21, 2026. Banks not having sufficient money to back individual accounts. F2s. April 21, 2026. Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, have invested in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, or they have bought the Zimbabwe Zim bond that they can exchange upon completion of the global currency reset, Project Odin martial law. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places but could be your local bank or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker, the quantum financial system, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the fiat slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about Nizar Jazara. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust, but you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now, because the quantum financial system is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can. Guru Information and Intel G. Update the Guantanamo files, Q plus the Great Awakening, the list of traitors hanged in Gitmo, 107 on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q Operation watch in awe as tribunals at Gitmo deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weaken the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at Gitmo in November 2025 after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphing over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nizar and Jazar loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of white-hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system, QFS, will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine, set to strike Florida, HAARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HAARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric dampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster, and it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Don't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal: domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch, Nadine the second blow, all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters, they are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets, and the battle has already begun. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 22, 2026, Tuesday, April 21, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez DeRemer has resigned. Tuesday, April 21, 2026. James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA, the rabbit hole on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026 President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities, and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. 2s. April 21, 2026. Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. Reporter: if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim: if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell, quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33, verse 1, He said, "O Prophet, fear Allah and do not obey the disbelievers, you're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire." Project Odin on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026. Mike Pence cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, during a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert and possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public. Exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. 2s. April 21, 2026, a tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake, according to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. White Hats on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents, 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking, Trump sends clear warning to big corporations, I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds. April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking alert, outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak, shadow docket memos land at New York Times. 2s. April 21, 2026, just in, this is the man they fear, Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown, Trump's strategy, resetting the system, April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, exposed. The banned brain tech that melts brain fog and blocks mind control, covered up by the elites to keep you weak. M2s. April 21, 2026 Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, says the U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who thinks that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all that. Which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups. But bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. And Monday, April 20, 2026, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen, time to fight back. Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS Scandal, A Century of Fraud, Lies, and the Illegal Theft of America's Wealth. Oh, voter fraud twos. April 21, 2026. Fox News, the Trump DOJ has already discovered as 29 states hide their voter rolls. Monday, April 20, 2026. Delaware County, Pennsylvania election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up, with 327K alleged fraudulent votes, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Ripping up voting machine proof/result tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain-of-custody items required by law. Planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB drives and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts, with claims this hid massive irregularities, lawsuit alleged 327K fraudulent votes in the county. Explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners, then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. The U.S. military, under President Trump's vigilant leadership, has uncovered a clandestine operation so audacious and chilling that it forces patriots to question the very fabric of reality. This hidden war targets an enemy that has infiltrated the highest levels of global power as the Great Awakening unfolds in 2026. The Marines have exposed the DS clone lab in the Ozark Caves, marking a key victory for the White Hats. Scattered labs are being systematically destroyed in the battle against the deep state. General Eric M. Smith's pledge to do his best stands as a battle cry. President Trump stresses that eliminating these clones is as vital as defeating the real deep state itself. The discovery of the underground cloning lab in Antarctica is science fiction horror made real. Hidden behind holographic illusions, it contains 290 centers for unholy cloning. A youthful Hillary Clinton clone in a cylinder shows how science is perverted for control. The involvement of Biden and Fauci adds deep betrayal. Special Forces missions to destroy deep state clone labs are a crusade for the nation's soul and future generations. Intelligence to President Trump reveals the crisis scale. Devices in Antarctica create baby clones and duplicates, attacking human identity. General Smith's appointment signals strategic advance in the war. Trump has addressed cloning, noting cases like Gretchen Whitmer, stressing immediate action against infiltration. Clones of Fauci and Biden were transferred to Womack Army Medical Facility for study, as distinguishing real from fake is now essential. That half the world's leaders may be clones is a huge wake-up call. These soulless biorobots without spirituality or compassion represent new tyranny. Ideas that Barack Obama and others are clones show the dark force's desperate grip on power. Patriots stand at history's crossroads and must ask who they truly follow and trust. The answer could decide the fate of civilization and our God-given freedom. Our Monday, April 20, 2026 exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond and you are the collateral. Neither Jazara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document. It is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions, traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It is not just about identity. It is framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name written in all capital letters is often claimed to represent a corporate entity, your so-called legal fiction. The red serial number is described as a tracking number used within financial systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted, and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under this perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. S2s. April 21, 2026, Top Secret, Classified, Fake Alien Invasion Exposed, New World Order on Telegram. The government was at least 300 years ahead of society with technology. They have artificial intelligence, humanoid robots, nanotechnology/particles, laser weapons like Star Wars. They also have access to stargates known as portals. Most ancient technology was better than what we see today. That technology and more has been suppressed and hidden from society. We have been talking about a fake alien invasion set up by the government for a while now. They have a holographic technology called Project Bluebeam 7D where they can make holograms literally come to life. They have had this technology for decades and now it has been improved in many ways. T2s. April 21, 2026, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs were up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram, their CEO would make $650,000 a year, and pay lobbyists $400,000. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior, where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue, but they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. Dems are furious the Trump admin is cracking down on this.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. President Trump will be the first president to broadcast reading of the Bible from the White House. What is the intention here? So he's reading, I'll go over some of it here in a minute, but it sounds like he's bringing America back to God, right? On the eve of, taking down Iran, the corrupt government of Iran. So we have 3 carrier strike groups, 2 Marine expeditionary units, and a host of other aircraft from all over the area. All right. So Middle East, everyone, who knows how many special forces units are, combined there. Trump has talked about bringing out Italian troops that we have in Italy and Spain and France. Is he going to send them home or is he going to send them to the Middle East? All right. So this is a pretty monumental, event in history. One of the things that is biblical, going all the way back to biblical times, because Solomon was talking about how he had rebuilt the temple. And that was, or had built the temple. That was the first temple to God. And then the second temple was basically came about because of Cyrus the Great, who was Persian, who basically freed the Israelites from Babylon and helped them rebuild the second temple. So will there be a third temple? Why not? Right? So why not? And if we're going to make a third temple, I want to go visit it. So because I think it's part of the reason, some of the stuff that we've been putting out is going to be the reason why. But there's going to be a lot of people going to get all in a huff that we're just a puppet of Israel and blah blah blah. Right? So critical thinking is great. Basically questioning everything is great. So I don't have a problem with people that, are saying, that they can't, go along with this, can't go along with the Artemis 2 and all the stuff. So I'm okay with all that. So like I said, you have to always question. You have to always question everything. And so look more into that.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at a suicide at David Wilcock's house. So, that would be very sad if David Wilcock is gone or was taken out. So we're looking into that. Breaking news, I guess. So, to be heads up. Because, a lot of people during this time frame are not going to go all the way. And we're not, and who knows, maybe David Wilcock decided, yeah, I'm done here on Earth. Send me to another planet, right? And just fake my death. I don't care. So I don't know. Or even if he's, deceased. So we're just getting that. So don't jump to conclusions yet. So very, very crazy times. He's part of the disclosure, truth movement, and so forth. We know that a lot of it, well, I can tell you that a lot of us in this movement have been, targeted. A lot of people aren't here on Earth anymore, or wherever they're at, not here on Earth in this vibrational frequency, but maybe on another planet. I don't know. So it is pretty crazy out there. All right. So Trump, is he or is he not going to start this war? All right. Seems like he just keeps stalling till he gets everything into place, in my opinion, because you guys know that I've been saying this for quite some time, that we're probably going to see boots on the ground. All right. So Trump earlier said that he expects to be bombing Iran if no deal is reached. So then there's a ceasefire update. Right. So ceasefire update. We're basically moving. So Trump has just came out just before David Wilcock suicide at his place, but just before that, he came out and said, we're going to extend the deadline. It's like, why? Right. So he can have his reading today. And I guess there's 7 days of readings, 7 days of biblical readings. I saw something about that. So Vice President Vance was supposed to travel to the Middle East, to Islamabad again, and do some more negotiating, and he was held back. Right? He decided not to go, so that was making everybody think that, this thing's deteriorating. And then Trump throws out there, well, we're extending the deadline because there's so many crazy things are going on right now, and we can't find any leadership in Iran to make a decision. So that's just pretty crazy. So Vance, like I said, was supposed to travel to Islamabad, Pakistan. Spent a lot of time there. It's the Pakis, right? They basically are, running the military of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has an agreement, and Pakistan have an agreement together that they would support each other militarily. Well, Saudi Arabia is not really supporting Pakistan because the Pakistanis run their military, right? Because they're all a bunch of rich boys, and they don't work. They bring in Filipinos to build their buildings and towers and roads and whatever, and they bring in Pakistanis to run their military, right? So they're rich. We made them rich, right? The world made them rich through buying their oil. And now that's turning around because America is the #1 oil exporter. Does that mean that I won't have to work anymore? Or any more Americans, we won't have to work anymore? That sounds pretty cool. Not really. I like working, actually. I like to, achieve my success through merit, not through sitting around and having somebody just feed me grapes and, fan me, right? I don't like that. Get out of here. So, all right. So it's kind of up in the air. It's kind of up in the air, what's going to happen here. With all of the military that's there now. It's, we did the same thing in Venezuela. We just put all those forces down there and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and bam, hit them, right? So that's probably what's going to happen here. We're just going to squeeze, 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 and then slam them. All right. So whatever happens, that group that's running Iran, they can't stay there, right? They're not going to be able to stay there. They're deep state puppets. The deep state's being defeated all over the world. You look at France. France really, they haven't had any fighters since Napoleon. Right? The Germans came in and spanked them in 2 world wars. They don't have any military now. Their people, basically, if they're 13 years old, they want the state to take care of them. Right? So they don't work anymore. They have more holidays, more time off, more retirement pay than anybody else in the world by far. And they're bringing in all these illegal aliens, and their cathedrals are being burned all over the place, and mosques are growing up. It's like we're seeing, the replacement of the French. So they're no military. The people don't work, and they're bringing in, illegal aliens. So bye-bye France. Now, Donald Trump has talked about, bringing out military forces from Europe, from NATO, because they won't even let us do the work that they need us to do, as far as freeing them from, freeing up the oil, because they need it. We don't need it, and they're buying our oil, and we're getting rich, and they aren't, right? And in fact, they're buying Russian oil. And Russian oil is basically funding the Russian military, right? And they've been sending all this money, billions and billions of euros, and military equipment. They don't have any military equipment left because they sent it all to Ukraine, and Russia blew it all up. So there's nothing left of the military forces in Europe. So when Russia's done with Ukraine, they're just going to just keep going, take down the rest of Europe. I'm just kidding, but maybe not. All right. So if you're in Europe, now I put this out 6 years ago for people in Canada. I said, you better get out of Canada. Right now, I'm saying the same thing now for Europe. If you're in Europe and you can get the hell out of Europe, you better get the hell out of Europe. Right. They're going to try and start a war with Russia. They're gearing up for it. They don't, like I said, they don't have any military equipment. They don't have any military fighting men anymore. They're all running away. If you're in Germany, they're requiring you, if you're going to leave for 3 months, to let them know, because if you're a military aged male, they want to know if you're leaving, and they're keeping tabs on you when you're coming back. Now, in all across Europe, Ukrainians fled Ukraine, conscientious objectors, kind of like the Vietnam War, where Americans fled to Canada, right? And lived out. I probably still living up there, probably second generation Americans that didn't want to fight in the Vietnam War are still living up there. I remember there was a time where a lot of those people wanted to come back, and they're trying to get, don't throw us in jail. What is that when you get they won't throw you in jail? It's like some kind of not compensation, but compens that you won't be jailed. I think that's what they did. They tried to get that. I think they may have gotten that. So maybe a lot of those guys that had went up there and hid out in Canada did come back, but I don't know. All right. So now all the Ukrainians that fled are being sent back. I think I saw somewhere it was 50 or 63,000 Ukrainians are being sent back to the slaughterfest on the Russian front. Right? So the bad Germans during the Second World War, if they didn't follow orders, or if they got out of line, got too smart for their pants or whatever, they were sent to the Russian front, and that was the end of them. Right. So, and now Germany, I saw this one report where this guy was talking about how since for the last 6 years, their Social Security and their entitlements, as far as like, healthcare and so forth, has gone up like doubled or tripled, and they're having to pay upwards of 75% of their earnings to tax. Right? It's like you're not even earning anything at that point, because to run your business, it takes money. If you have employees, you got to pay them. And then if you earn any money, you got to pay 75% of that goes to Germany. People are leaving Europe, right? And they left Canada. So I guess some people listen to me. Actually, they just saw the light and saw that it was going to be very bad. And so they left Canada. Massive. All the doctors, all the people with lots of money that create or have left or are leaving Canada. Now that may turn around if Trump, makes the call that Canada is the 51st state. Now, if that happens, then you'll see that exodus turn around and go back the other way, and maybe some Americans be wanting to go over there, because that's a lot of land over there. And it's quite beautiful. So we can only hope, right? But things are going to take time to change. Now, we know that July 4th is coming up. Now, Juan O'Savin has said that July 5th is basically kind of like Nasara Jasara type thing. I don't know. He's coming on today at 6 or 5 in a couple of hours. So we'll talk to him about that. And I want to jump on here and do this show a little early so we could go over and see President Trump read from the Bible from the White House. It's going to be kind of cool. All right. So Trump says he extends the ceasefire in Iran, citing seriously fractured Iranian government. Seriously fractured. Right. It's like no one can make a decision. And remember when Trump was like, going off, and he was like, praise be to Allah in one of his posts or something crazy. And you're all going to hell, and, F you guys, and all kind of, it was just like, what? And of course, all of the Tucker Carlson and all the crazies just lost their minds on all of that. And that was to expose them, because they're infiltrators. And now that they're being exposed, we can basically, not follow them anymore, right? Candace Owens and just all those cray-crays, right? So no mas watching any of them ever again. The only time I would watch them is if someone's basically they're in front of a group that's basically asking them why they did that, and maybe sending them off to a little gulag somewhere. I don't know. So, all right. U.S. has deployed 2 Marine amphibious ready groups to the Middle East. USS Boxer, USS Tripoli, which carry thousands of Marines and support aircraft. So each one of those has upwards of 2,500 to 2,200. The Tripoli has 2,200. The Boxer has 2,500. That's a lot of kick-ass right there. I wouldn't want that near my shores, right? So just one Marine amphibious group is bad enough, but you got 2 what? And 3 aircraft carriers. Hello. So you guys still don't want to negotiate? But he's giving them every chance, and he's showing the world that he's giving them every chance. And I think that's one of the good things. Of course, there's a bunch of crazy people out there that are saying Trump is crazy. I don't see that at all. I think those people that are like foaming at the mouth saying he's crazy are the crazy ones. All right. So 3 aircraft carrier strike groups pressure on Iran builds. We have the Ford, the Bush, and the Abraham Lincoln. You get the 3 presidents, right? So 3 presidents are there, basically ready to kick some ass. and then you have Trump in the background directing everything. So it looks like it's going to be quite a show, right? And you know, in the future, people are going to say, ask, kids are going to ask their great grandparents, what was that Trump thing, and how did that work out, and what did you do? And you know, Alex Jones, and if he's still, you know, out in public, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and you know, all the other problem child children, they're gonna tell their children that they were dumbasses, and their children be like, oh my God, what kind of grandparent are you? What a shitbag, right? So I would not want to be in that category. So that's why I'm promoting and helping to push the narrative of President Trump doing good things. All right. So that's going to be the future. Now, 2 Chronicles 7 through 11, I believe, is what he's supposedly going to read tonight. Maybe a little bit more. But he talked. This is where I'll share the screen so you guys can see this one. Supposedly, this is what he's going to read tonight within the next hour or so, a little bit over an hour, or maybe less than an hour now. So here's the 2 Chronicles, starting with 7, the dedication of the temple. And basically, he's asking the Lord, you know, for wisdom and so forth. And he's got the Levites and the priests blowing their trumpets, and they're doing 7 days of sacrifice. Right? So Solomon observed the temple at that time for 7 days. In all Israel, with him a vast assembly, people from Lebo, Hamath to Wadi of Egypt. On the 8th day, they held an assembly, for they had celebrated the dedication of the altar for 7 days and the festival for 7 days more. On the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people to their homes. Right? And he goes on, it says, the Lord appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land, or send a plague among our people, my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. This is what I think Trump is trying to bring us to. Then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple. And this temple doesn't necessarily have to be a temple. You are the temple. Any place is a temple where you, call the name of the Lord. As for you, if you walk before me faithfully, as David your father did, and do all I command and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne as I covenanted with David your father when I said, you shall never fail to have a successor to rule over Israel. But if you turn away and forsake the decrees and commands, so this is another thing I think we're getting to, I have given you, and go off to serve the other gods, Lucifer, and worship them, then I will uproot Israel from my land, which I have given them, and will reject this temple I have consecrated for my name. I will make it a byword and an object of ridicule among all peoples. This temple will become a heap of rubble, which it did. All who pass by will be appalled and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord, the God of their ancestors, and brought them out of Egypt, and have embraced other gods, worshiping and serving them. That is why he brought all this disaster upon them. So, and this happened a couple times, right? So, will there be another temple built? I think they're kind of cool. I don't have a problem with it. Right? So as long as I have to pay for it. Let's go. Because it seems like America pays for everything in the world. Europe pays for everything in the world. So the people that are in Europe have it way worse than we do, unfortunately. They have really clamped down on the people. Like if I were to talk, the way I'm talking, I would have been, probably thrown in jail. Definitely in UK and very probably in Germany. So they're not doing so good, right? And it's only going to get worse, I believe, until it gets better, right? So until people rise up, kind of like what we started to do here in the United States, and which we will absolutely do if there is not any closure in a positive way to executive order or military involvement, or just the cleaning of the house or the SAVE Act, which I doubt will probably ever get passed, then we're going to rise up, right? We will rise up, and we will not allow the horrific things that are going on, like is going on now in Virginia, to happen, throughout America. All right. So yeah, things are getting really bad in Virginia. The deep state is definitely full out in the open, taking down and taking over Virginia. All right. Very sad. I lived there for many years. Love Virginia and Virginians. I even heard from some people that were pushing back, SEALs, former SEALs, very, very high ranking, very good SEALs from the past, kind of my generation. I'm not going to name any names, but they were going after child trafficking and so forth. So it's really getting bad in Virginia. Things are, the darkness in Virginia is really getting extreme. So I pray for Virginia, and I hope you guys will too. All right. Army invades LA space, black helicopters, loud booms, simulated gunfire. Simulated or all part of the drill? Now, this is back in February 2019. Now, Juan talks about this all the time, right? How Special Forces guys. Now, when I was at SEAL Team 6, which is Tier 1, Delta SEAL Team 6, we have basically weapons of mass destruction is one of our priorities. And it doesn't matter where in the world it is. If it's in the United States, we will respond in the United States, along with FBI, HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, which is basically their special forces and the FBI. So work with those guys quite a bit. We did practice runs in Miami, in New York, and I heard once I left, the guys are doing it in other places. Now, I don't think this was a practice run in LA, and Juan has alluded to it. When I saw this, I was like, those guys aren't practicing. There's something going on there. I've been seeing it. And then, as you guys know, it was January, very early January. And I started alluding to it in December. But it was January that I came out, and I was every day I was reporting on the Army conducting military training around the cities through Saturday to enhance soldier skills to operate in various urban environments and settings. Now, why, again, would they operate in urban settings? Weapons of mass destruction. So Juan has alluded to many times nukes that are out there. Now, during Trump's presidency, after Trump's presidency, and now we have nuke snifters that are always roaming the airspace of the United States. And sometimes they seem to be zeroing in on something, but this is the stuff that they were going after, right? So let's watch a little bit of this. All right, so this is one that's down on the ground. That was one that just took off. So they're picking up guys. And this is not something that we would do. It would be, if you were to see us, it would be, oh, wow, there's the military. Now, there were times that we came in with helicopters, but not on this level. So this was, in my opinion, something real, and Juan's alluded to this. So watch the guys that come out of this building. So something has been collected Now, if this was training, they would have gotten a helicopter and flown away. But whatever they brought out of that building, they're making sure they're securing it, all right, to the deck of the aircraft there. And then they're going to take off. And then this other aircraft you see coming in is coming in as well to pick up more cargo, right? So something was being picked up there. Now, Juan has talked about, in the past, he's talked about WMD, weapons of mass destruction. Were they starting to, I think that bioweapon a little earlier, right? And there were some of these that happened up around the Washington, D.C. area as well. So they were basically stopping out, I believe, the early bioweapon releases, and they went in and grabbed that stuff. So, you know, we were very successful, and keeping it from getting too out of control. But of course, the deep state, has their game as well. So you can get one up on them, and then they'll have another option. We have other options too, though. So this is where we're at right now. All right, so that other one comes in, and they watch it get loaded up as well. So not normal, right? Not normal training. Of course, they're going to present it out there as training, as a cover, but that was definitely not training, right? So definitely some interesting things were going on during that time frame. Basically broke out, and it's going to be quite exciting going forward, especially once Iran gets taken down. So Iran, once it gets taken down, it's really going to upset the deep state quite a bit. And so normally when their activities get compromised, like is happening right now in Iran, they want some revenge, right? So that's one of the reasons why there is a possibility that we could see a nuke, right? Now, a lot of people think that there's no way that galactics are going to allow nukes. Well, galactics are part of this problem, right? Reptilians, all right? So, all those people that have the black eyes, that's part of the reptilian, culture thing, where they come in and they put a vril in the eye, and it causes the black eye, thing. From that point on, they're basically, you got to drink the adrenochrome and all that stuff. We think we're at the top of the food chain. We eat the cows, we eat the chickens, we eat the plants, and they eat the plants, and the fish, we eat the fish, and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a group above us that eat us, right? So, and that's who we're up against. So that is the crazy thing that we're going through right now, the disclosure that's coming. Of course, many of us have been having this disclosure. Of course, David Wilcock was one of those people. I don't know why I'm saying was, but hopefully he still is. One of those is one of those people that discloses. But we've seen a lot of people that disclose, unfortunately. James Rink was latest, really, really good guy, brought in a lot of good information, exposing a lot of stuff, secret space program, all kind of crazy stuff. Brilliant guy, and he was absolutely taken down, right? So, that's, and I remember I would go to his shows, I would speak at his shows, and he had a wall that he would put up. Like I said, brilliant guy, and he would have all the people that had basically been taken down that had disclosed over the last few decades. And it was quite a wall, right? Filled with so many people, year after year, names filling up each year. So, unfortunately, he is now one of those names, right? So hopefully David Wilcock is not, but could be, guys, right? So like I said, it's tough. It's a game of cat and mouse with these guys. They're very skilled at what they do. You have to be very, very sharp, very on your toes, several steps ahead of them. You have to have a lot of good friends that, will back you. And then it doesn't hurt to have Archangel Michael on your side either. All right. So when is this thing going to kick off? Trump says he expects to be bombing Iran if no deal is reached. And the update, like I said, is ceasefire is extended. All right. So U.S. seizes Iran-linked tanker in international waters as fragile ceasefire teeters toward collapse. So this was I think in the Straits of, just before the Straits of Malacca. Straits of Malacca. And I think that's where I've been up those straits. It's pronounced something like that. And it was going to Singapore, and the Trump administration seized it. So they basically tracked it down. It had no country that was listing it, but they tracked it to Iran. 2 million gallons of oil. I guess we own that now, and we're gonna make some money off that, right? So the whoever did the boarding, whatever, it was successful. There's no problems. Was it SEAL teams? That's kind of what SEAL teams do. But the many military groups have been trained to do that now. So even shipboard personnel can probably do that. I think are doing that now. So any of the shipboard personnel can do hook and climbs now. It's pretty crazy. That's stuff we were doing at SEAL Team 6 a long time ago. All right. And now we taught other people to do that so we can focus on more important things like finding nukes that are here in the United States. All right. So it's pretty crazy out there. Now, when Juan comes on, we're going to have another gentleman come on, and we're going to talk about basically the bond gate stuff. And there's a school district in Blue Lake Union in San Diego, I believe it is. $2 million bond, and we're going to talk about that. It's the latest scam, and Juan is going to be on. We're going to talk about that and another gentleman. So Ben Carson warns nation could be near biblical end times. Now, when I see biblical end times, I'm not thinking it's a bad thing, right? It's like the Satanist. It's end times for the Satanist. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that Trump is reading biblical passages from the White House. He's showing everybody that he's not part of their team by doing that. He's showing that he's not Masonic, and because the Masons can't be Christians, right? So, although they will show up at Christian church, I know because my dad did, right? So, but he didn't like it. Right. And he didn't go for very long. And once he became a Shriner, he never went to church again. So there is some suspect stuff. Maybe there's Shriners out there going to church. I don't know. But I think one of the things, because the Shriners are basically the Muslim stuff, and the Muslims basically slaughtered the Christians. And so I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Shriner stuff. Right. They have a secret society. But I don't think that should be supported anymore, right? That's secret stuff. That's secret bullshit. Not so good. All right. So the Alex Marlowe show, Ben Carson was on there, delved into theology and the idea of prophecy as it relates to present day events, offering reflections that mix caution with curiosity about how scripture interacts with history and culture. So he was asked about current events, could be signaling an era many call the end times. And so you're saying that you feel we could be at the prophesied end times, getting close to it? And Carson basically said, yeah, we're, he emphasized restraint, noting that history has long been viewed through prophetic lenses by many traditions. His point was not to declare a countdown, but to observe patterns and encourage thoughtful engagement with Scripture. Kind of like the thoughtful engagements with Scripture that Trump is going to do in about 20 minutes. All right, so let me get through this. The stock market, of course, wasn't quite liking the events of today. They pulled back slightly, right? And that's not something that should be unexpected, because they have they've gone from oversold to overbought in the space of a 3-week period. All right. So quite substantial, little pump. And, in the meantime, oil is up. Silver and gold are down. We could see a buying opportunity. If things do kick off in the Middle East, you will see a buying opportunity in silver and gold. Right. That's all it is. It pulls back, you buy it. Right. Because it's going to go a lot higher over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. All right. So now some of you are like, can't be patient enough for that. So just leave your money in the stock market and see how that works for you. Right. So that's going to be very tragic if you do that. Right. And so we're getting a little bit of snow here again. And, we had snow earlier this morning. We had like a few inches. Then the sun came out and was like, poof. And now we're moving into the next round of snow. And probably by the time I wake up in the morning, we'll have about a foot out there. So how crazy the weather is. But for us, it's kind of good. We needed a little bit of extra snow going forward. Now, other things, President Nixon took us off the gold standard 54 years ago in 1971, August 15th to be exact, 1971. Now, the reason I bring that up is because fiat currency normally doesn't last that long. It usually lasts 27 to 40 years, right? And we're way beyond that, right? We're way beyond that. So what does that mean? What does it mean, Mike? If it's like my kids, what does it mean? What does it mean? Why? So what it means is that this fiat currency is going to go bye-bye, right? And we're going to go back to the gold standard. Now, what is this gold standard going to be linked to? Probably some kind of treasury security with kind of like, what we saw back in the olden times with, silver drachmas or whatever the Roman coin was with the bust of Caesar on it. Right? So this one will probably have the bust of President Trump on it. And it will be gold and silver. Now, there will be at some point, I believe, a digital gold and silver. And that's where crypto eventually will come in. But I think that crypto gets a real big pullback before that happens. And then once it happens, it'll probably pop pretty good. Now, money supply. Gold and silver's performance over the last decade, if we look back when they basically pumped money into the system, we can see that that's when gold and silver, because when they do that, the dollar loses value and people run to value, which is gold and silver, right? So we're getting closer to that point. And I saw, is it Waxner or something like that? Waxner, who's supposedly going to be the next Fed chair. He's talking really, really good. And I can see why President Trump wants to back him. He's probably going to lower interest rates, which will put more pressure on the dollar. But it will stimulate the economy when we need it the most. And he's talking about how the inflation, indicators that they're going by are outdated. They're wrong. And it's like, whoa. Because you look at the housing right now, housing's collapsing. If you don't do something to stimulate the economy, which we're going to see housing collapse, right? Short sales, which is basically the lead into foreclosures, the amount of homes that are on the market, the amount of people that are buying homes is at all-time lows. Not even at 2008, 2009 levels, right? Where we had the Great Recession, where the market crashed and then they pumped money into the system and kept it alive, right? So this time, this system will collapse, right? It will be worse. The systemic collapse will be worse than 1929, but it will be a positive thing in the long run. So you have to basically tear down and burn down the old sometimes to build the new, right? The new, I think, is standing ready to go to a certain extent. It will be a matter of people accepting it, kind of like, a lot of people don't accept that, we went to the moon. Right? So how we went to the moon is up for debate. I agree. But the fact that we did go to the moon, there are moon bases, there's moon structures, there's all kind of stuff on the moon, guys. Right. So to play into the hands of people that are just like basically bashing it, it's not smart. All right. But, free will is one of the things that we have here. You can run, right, which is a very bad thing, still is a bad thing, unfortunately. Or you can, choose not to. And even though that you've chosen not to, we'll see a peak, we'll see a collapse. We're close to the peak now, I think. And when the collapse comes, it's always devastating, right? Because there's a lot of people that don't understand, haven't prepared, and they're out there, shooting the messengers like myself and so forth. So it's tough to get through this. It's going to be tough to get through this, right? You're going to see a lot of people that won't make it, right? And you need to brace yourself for that. All right, so let's look at a little bit of this silver and gold. So the Fed, the money supply bottomed out in October 2023 and has since surged by nearly 2 trillion or 10%. So this is what's pushed silver and gold up. So you see that little mark right there? Here's where the money supply bottomed, and this is where they started pumping it again, right? And that's where you saw silver and gold take off again, right? And you see back in 2020 where they pumped it, home prices went crazy. So, and that was after everything basically recovered from, the last, 2020 and then 2020 or 2008, 09. So things were still recovering to that point. People were getting out from under or seeing, that they're what they had bought back in, before 08, during that big push, had finally reached a point where it was like almost the same in 2019. And then it got, hammered again for like that 1-2 years. And then it got pumped up to all-time highs, just crazy highs, right? So here's where they pumped it. Right now, stubborn inflation running at 3%. And that's because you got idiots that are running the show purposefully, causing problems. The Fed goes away at some point, but until then, they're going to continue to manipulate markets and so forth. So here's the current secular bull market in precious metals, began in April 2024. When will it end? Probably in about 10 years, all right? So about 2034 maybe, right? So what kind of damage are we going to see during that time frame? We'll see a fiat currency go bye-bye, right? Ours, right? That's going to cause a lot of problems, right? And people are going to run to silver and gold. And, for the last 6 years now, there's not been enough silver produced to meet the demand. So it's been a negative as far as so silver's been drawing down. And, when there's like one good looking woman in a bar and you got 100 men there, that's tough. It's going to be, you better be a good bouncer, right? You better be a good bouncer in there. So that's kind of way precious metals are going to be, guys. So get it now while you can. All right. So last thing I'm going to talk about, President Trump basically signed a bill for psychedelics. So they're going to do the study. There'll probably be some of the stuff that RFK Jr. Will be involved in. Ibogaine is an absolute incredible psychedelic that has helped people become unaddicted, PTSD. It's going to be revolutionary, and it will collapse a lot of the control systems where people are trapped into addiction. So that's another. So doesn't that sound good? Well, you have a lot of people that have been making billions and billions and billions of dollars, and healthcare workers and psychologists and all this kind of stuff. They're going to be out of business, right? Gone. Bye-bye. Right. So what are they going to do? Dig ditches, right? Some of them, but some of them won't. I don't know what they're going to do, but they'll figure something out. That's the way it was for me, right? I got pushed out of the CIA, and I was like, okay, that you guys tried to kill me, but I'll be back, right? And then they tried to break me monetarily, economically, tried to take away every way that I can make money, trying to steal all my money. They did a pretty good job of that, and I made my way back, right? So you just have to stay focused. One good way is life wave, right? So one of the things that I have found is monumental, because in the future it will be, and has been, every time there has been a downside to the economy, people turn to education and they turn to health and wellness, right? So that's where LifeWave excels, and that's where LifeWave will actually help you, make the income that you may be losing in the future, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll be back on in about an hour with Juan and David. All right, so we'll be David Kinney, and we'll be talking about some really interesting stuff. How the deep state steals our money through bonds and bond fraud and property taxes. And notice how property taxes go up and up and up and away, right? So if you're a senior and you retire and everything's looking good, and you own your home, property taxes just keep going up. Why? Why do you even have to pay that anymore if you own your home? So that's stealing from our seniors, and eventually some of those seniors lose their homes. It's very tragic, right? So there's a lot of people are losing homes right now. So some of that is because of the property taxes, and when they assess these degenerates and criminals come in and assess the property values, insurance also goes up because insurance is tied to that. So your property taxes go up, your insurance goes up, and you worked your whole life and you got $1 million in the bank, and it gets just eaten away, right? So not so good. All right, so we've been talking about some of that at top of the next hour. Lots of love, stay in love vibration, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Sunday, April 19, 2026, the White House urged all to be aware that traditional banking was no longer safe. Because of the fiat currency of the deep state cabal banking system, their banks were in the process of being closed without warning because they were not Basel III compliant, did not have the gold or assets to back up their money. On Sunday, April 19, 2026 alone, over 143,931 individual bank accounts were frozen by banks. In the last few weeks, some bank customers have complained they could not get access to their accounts. It was strongly advised that right now you withdraw monies from your present bank account to avoid not being able to access your monies in case your account was frozen. Additionally, you will need cash to function on during the upcoming 10 days of darkness when banks will be closed, while credit cards and ATMs will not be working. In a couple of weeks, citizens of all 209 countries that were part of the global currency reset would be called into redemption centers in their country to set up their new money accounts, called wallets, on the new Starlink satellite system, where their present bank account balance has been mirrored. If you are living in the US but were a citizen of another country, you would need to go to that country to set up your wallet. No one else could set it up for you. On Saturday, April 2, 2026, the new quantum financial system took over all deep state control of the cabal's global banking SWIFT system. Mass asset searches began against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of Nizar Jazara funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market and deep state corporations collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network was now fully operational, with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat currency-based SWIFT financial system was said to be offline, replaced by a new golden asset-backed global financial framework now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. We appeared to be just days away, on Friday, April 24, 2026, from the worldwide Emergency Broadcast System alert, start of 10 days of communication darkness and completion of the global currency reset. That meant a Nizar announcement was imminent: freedom from debt where illegal mortgages, credit card, loans were excused, marking the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. The White House has been lit up in gold, symbolizing that the golden age has begun. The constitutional republic has been fully restored. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide. Starlink will have total dominance, cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries, 3 times a day for 10 days, to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption: election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Actually, the QFS was already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for a return to the people. 63 banks have collapsed due to non-compliance to Basel III, gold/asset-backed currency. $517 billion, lost. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. As of Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the QFS global sync was locked and irreversible, with 209 nations that now had gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. U.S. Incorporated Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. Deep state assets have been seized, trillions in stolen wealth has been redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee being executed, mortgages, credit cards, student loans erased under Nizar protocols. On Monday, April 20, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign treasury rules with no income tax, tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic. On Tuesday, April 21, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazara wealth drop. Stock food and cash as banks start 10 days. Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, fiat end, and freedom dawn. Martial law locks pedophile arrests worldwide. On Wednesday, April 22, 2026, 10 days darkness. EBS reveals elite child trafficking and suppressed Tesla medbed tech. Raytheon white hats build quantum pods in Texas and Florida ready to heal anything. On Thursday, April 23, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. XRP global currency reset on Monday, April 20, 2026. GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump rips the Fed from cabal control. Sovereign treasury rules with no income tax, tariffs plus 14% sales tax only. Trump slams 20% global tariff. Deep state melts in panic, 107 on Telegram. On Tuesday, April 21, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. On Thursday, April 23, 2026, Zim redemptions flood projects. New currencies follow. QFS live for all. Sunday, April 19, 2026, President Trump has just approved a massive U.S. stimulus package. Around $2.5 trillion set to flow into the economy over the next 12 months. Liquidity is back. Markets about to go parabolic, quantum financial system on Telegram. Friday, April 17, 2026, Putin smashes the Rothschild financial cabal. Our future generations will be born without Rothschild chains around their wrists and ankles. A historic strike against the globalist financial empire. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking special report, Economic Fury, why Trump's warning went only to Britain. Trump's economic fury dismantles the British imperial system. See Sunday, April 19, 2026, overnight, the quantum rails lit up with a new set of test pings. 14 corridors across Asia, Africa, and South America reported sub-second settlement on asset-backed tokens. Independent auditors captured the ledger hash and confirmed it links to the same chain shown during last week's Paymaster demo. Neither and Jazara Trump on Telegram. Private inboxes are buzzing. If you receive the green bar notification, that means your KYC file passed final reconciliation and your appointment slot will populate inside the SafeLink portal within 48 hours. Keep 2 devices charged and ready, the link opens only once per IP. Key signs the engine is warming up. 1. Liquidity sync, Tier 1 banks just moved standby capital into mirrored escrow nodes. Backroom chatter says this is the go signal compliance teams have been waiting for. 2. Messaging shift, select channels on Swift went read-only for 22 minutes during the sync window, exactly the test pattern we were told to expect. 3. Escrow contracts live, project managers can now preview smart contract templates in the sandbox environment. Open them, check the clauses, and have amendments ready before you walk into the room. What to do right now? Snapshot every project budget in both fiat and grams of gold. Negotiators love hard numbers. Verify that each receiving account is already set up for instant settlement, no ACH holds. Write a 1-paragraph impact statement for every community initiative you plan to fund. Brevity signals mastery. Stay radio silent about precise figures. Security teams have zero tolerance for leaks at this stage. Martial law F. Sunday, April 19, 2026. It's happening now. Here is the full list of Epstein pedophiles going to Gitmo. They will all be executed by the military on Trump's direct orders. Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Deep state fought releases but act forced compliance. Purge restores American control. More names like Glenn Dubin, Tom Pritzker, Mort Zuckerman, bankers and fixers queue up. Pedophiles destroyed lives and America first. Military removes them with no mercy. All guilty transport to Gitmo for execution. Sovereignty demands this cleanup. Battle ends when last pedophile drops. Guru Information and Intel G. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Well-known whistleblower Edward Snowden claimed the HAARP facility in Alaska that was said to be a scientific installation studying the ionosphere, was really a device that could affect human systems on a level that leaves no trace. Where outcomes appear natural, and causes remain hidden. Not chaos, but precision. Not noise, but control. Ezra A. Cohen. Such systems wouldn't just be used for physical outcomes, but for shaping thought, behavior, and credibility. Individuals could be influenced, discredited, or destabilized without ever understanding why. In such a world, truth becomes fragile, and perception becomes weaponized. Snowden's name adds weight to these discussions because of his past revelations. The suggestion that classified documents exist, tied to high-level programs and defense networks, pushes this narrative into deeper territory, one where technology, secrecy, and power intersect. There are also claims that this system is not isolated. That it connects with broader infrastructure, communication networks, surveillance systems, and advanced research programs, forming a web that operates quietly in the background of everyday life. Each Sunday, April 19, 2026, the panic in Washington is deafening. They want you watching the blockade. They want you watching the Middle East. The real war is inside Congress right now. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Pam Bondi refused to testify. The media says she's hiding. No. She is protecting the ledger. The Oversight Committee doesn't want truth. They want to know exactly what evidence the White House has, so they can destroy it. She didn't defy a subpoena. She denied them the roadmap to their own survival. The unredacted Epstein files are secured. The flight logs are verified. The acting AG is playing his part perfectly. They cannot stop the release. Look at the universities. Students already demanding names stripped from buildings. Wait until they find out who funded the endowments. Watch the sudden resignations this week. Watch the private jets leaving DC. The trap is fully closed. From William Gregg, 1st A, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Veterans that know say that from April 2026 and beyond, alliance military forces will be making arrests in 209 countries. In the U.S. election fraud, there were more than 1.5 million people involved. The little people at the polls get minimum of 10 years in jail, the leaders 50+ years, and if charged with treason against America to remove a sitting president from office, the penalty is death. Gitmo is full. So we have to watch how this plays out here in Canada. It's hard to tell as the alliance military makes the arrests at night. They have used 200,000 actors from central casting and clones since 2017 to 7 to 8 million arrested. Many were executed before 2020. In 2021 there was a long list put out, mostly European politicians and royalty arrested, life in prison or death. It was the same thing for Hollywood. On January 21, 2021, when VP Mike Pence did not hear the 50+ complaints of U.S. 2020 election fraud and certified the vote, around 388 members of Congress were arrested. The green U.S. military prison buses were seen leaving the Capitol building. 3-star General Flynn knows where all the bodies are buried. You also have Admiral Rogers, who told President Trump that Obama and Hillary were spying on him. JFK 35 is Q, President Trump is Q plus 45, 46, 47, with JFK Jr. as VP, a wartime president under the rules of war and continuity of government. In God We Trust. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Gitmo News. Deep state clones end after 3 years. Cloning researchers tell military. Doppelgangers/clones revealed. Liz Cheney hanged. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by White Hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces in late December 2025 and subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. The notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta. Her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt deep state puzzle falls away. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalists' house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The White Hats are in full control, and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs. But their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here, and victory is near for all who stand with the light. Quanons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gatemo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Save the Children Sunday, April 19, 2026. The Weiner laptop could destroy the wealthy elites and the U.S. government itself. This is the child trafficking connection to the U.S. government and its dirty politicians that they've hidden from you. Chief Stephen Silks threatened to release the Weiner laptop's contents, then ended up dead along with 9 other officers, right before his retirement. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases, or DUMBS. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, the deep state built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DUMB network includes extensive tunnel systems with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond. Powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities, these cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnels connect their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities that QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of DUMB locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground lairs. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface. Oh, what we think we know. As of Monday, April 20, 2026 : Wednesday, April 15, 2026, the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. The military white hats and Space Force are in charge. Expect EBS, blackout, 10 days of darkness, lockdowns. Congress has voted to keep the names of Congress people who use the fund, secret. Quantum Financial System on Telegram, Sunday, April 19, 2026. An American checks her student loans. She borrowed $49,548.74. After 120 payments, she's paid $25,558.36. Her current balance: $50,121.33. After paying $25,000, she now owes more than she originally borrowed. This isn't aid, it's a scam. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. There is incontrovertible evidence that Obama was the head of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government in 2016. The Rabbit Hole on Telegram. Friday, April 17, 2026. Exposed. RFK Jr. sounds the alarm. Digital ID plus CBDCs equals total slavery. Resist now or be enslaved forever. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Code name: Atmospheric Control. Weaponizing the Sky, DARPA, DoD, and the Dark Geopolitics of Weather Warfare, the DARPA Files Exposed. Sunday, April 19, 2026 Fox News. It's just been confirmed that President Trump is costing Iran $400 million every single day, $13 billion per month, while the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded. Checkmate. Sunday, April 19, 2026, Trump posts bombshell email. Brennan gave Morell green light to launch Biden laptop disinformation op before 2020 debate. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking special report. Elon Musk warns, the hammer of justice is coming as deep state debate explodes, when conspiracy stops sounding like fiction. Sunday, April 19, 2026, Gitmo Files Exposed, Obama and Biden's $7 billion shell scheme, the largest taxpayer heist in U.S. history. Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, world's most critical oil route under strain, Iran challenges the system. Trump's America moves to protect global stability and energy security. Intel drop / April 19, 2026. Saturday, April 18, 2026. The greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI, masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Q. Wed. 15/20/26. Watch the water. They sealed the strait. Not for oil. Not for war. For what is hidden beneath the water, Mr. Poole on Telegram. The gold reserves they moved in 2011. The servers they sank in 2019. The encrypted ledgers that hold every transaction the cabal ever made. The blockade is not keeping ships out. It's keeping evidence in. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The retrieval begins. You were told to watch the water. R. The injustice of the justice system. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Fox News. The Trump DOJ is dropping another bombshell. The Biden-Merrick Garland DOJ's weaponization more than doubled prison sentences for pro-life activists compared to pro-abortion ones. It claims the Biden Justice Department, led by former Attorney General Merrick Garland, weaponized the law to target pro-life defendants and tried to give them longer prison sentences. And that includes the case of pro-life activist Mark Haug. The father of 7 was charged with obstructing access to an abortion clinic. A SWAT team of more than a dozen people raided his home, arresting him in front of his children. He faced up to 11 years in prison. A jury later acquitted him. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Guilty verdict. In Oregon, rainwater falling on your own land doesn't actually belong to you. Gary Harrington built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property to collect rainwater and snowmelt for fire protection. The state demanded he drain every drop. All water belongs to us. He refused. They hit him with 9 misdemeanors, jailed him for 30 days, and fined him more than $15,000. This is government claiming ownership of the sky. What's next? Your air. Your soil. Actually. Yes, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime that pushed to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the keynote, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to clean-up protocols Today in 2026 these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax impeachments 2020 issues and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. Plain old fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The White House Fraud Task Force just found that 400 businesses receiving billions in federal grants may be fraudulent, because the Democrats turned off fraud protections. The firms didn't even file an address. And they got $6B plus. We found that 400 businesses with contracts worth $6 billion, originally allocated by the Biden administration, didn't even file physical addresses at their businesses. That's a statutory requirement. You're not supposed to be able to get any money from the United States government unless you put down a physical mailing address, and they just didn't do it. Andrew Ferguson, WH Anti-Fraud Task Force Vice Chair. We demand a refund and prosecution of the politicians who allowed it. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Brooke Shirley, mother of Nick Shirley, reacts to California coming after her son's important investigative journalism. Isn't it mind-blowing to think that the biggest threat to the Democratic Party in the state of California is actually Nick Shirley? They're not worried about the crime. They're not worried about releasing criminals on the streets. They're not worried about the homeless encampments popping up everywhere in residential neighborhoods. They are worried about Nick Shirley, people like him. Nick Shirley, keep doing your thing, son. Healthcare fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Dr. Oz reveals Democrats under Joe Biden signed hundreds of thousands of people up for $0 healthcare plans. Many didn't even know they were signed up. Big Pharma cashed in because they got paid for every one of these plans. Democrats literally laundered billions to Big Pharma. The Government Accountability Office just released a shocking interim report on widespread fraud within Obamacare. They eliminated common-sense income verifications, which are central to making sure people actually qualify for the program. They also expanded the number of people who got completely free health insurance via what are called $0 premium plans, which is a huge problem because if you don't pay anything for a plan, you might forget that you have it. Or you may be enrolled in it by an unscrupulous insurance broker without your knowledge. To date, we've received complaints from hundreds of thousands of Americans who didn't know they were enrolled in an Obamacare plan until they got paperwork from the IRS related to their tax credits. So why was this allowed to happen? Because the past administration prioritized achieving big program enrollment numbers over protecting program integrity. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Fox News. Gavin Newsom's $30 billion in-home care program in California is losing $6 billion to $12 billion a year to fraud. The truth is, Newsom is not losing anything. Newsom is laundering $6 to $12 billion taxpayer dollars a year into his political support base through fraud. Election fraud. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The most in-your-face evidence of election fraud caught at the State Farm Arena in GA, on camera, showing Democrat election workers lie to associates and poll watchers, telling everyone to go home. Come back with no oversight, pull out hidden suitcases of ballots that they hid earlier, and run the same batches of fraudulent ballots all throughout the night until Biden's margin of victory cleared Trump's massive lead. This same operation happened in numerous other swing states, some counting fraudulent ballots for days or weeks until Biden's lead was greater than Trump's. The 2020 election was stolen and it was caught on camera. These cameras weren't for the election, they just happened to be there for security purposes from the State Farm Arena, otherwise we would have never caught this on camera. Jazar Nizara on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. CBS investigative journalist Catherine Herridge has gone public with explosive allegations. CBS executives deliberately buried the Hunter Biden laptop story and ordered her to wait until after the 2022 midterms to help the Democratic Party. Jazar Nizara on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. Before the 2020 election, USB keys and a laptop were stolen from a PA election warehouse, which grants full admin access and compromises the entire election. Trump led PA by 800,000 votes when counting stopped. Biden then won the state by 60,000 votes. Guess what county gave Biden the 60,000 vote win? The same PA county that the USB keys and a laptop were stolen from. There are no coincidences. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The Rabbit Hole on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026, servers connected to site in foreign countries were seized in Germany which contained U.S. voting data and raw data of algorithms that showed how thousands of votes were switched from Trump to Biden within seconds during the 2020 election. Why is U.S. election data leaving the country in the first place when they know for a fact that it can be altered as soon as it's connected to the internet? Why Sunday, April 19, 2026, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files ready for public release, secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime that pushed to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the keynote handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to clean-up protocols. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax, impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. The exposure draws near and cannot be stopped. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the republic reclaims its sovereignty. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 19, 2026, USA Secretary of State Marco Rubio, "I don't care what the UN says. The UN is a corrupted disaster that puts third world dictators on human rights councils and promotes the replacement of white people." Sunday, April 19, 2026, Obama dropped more bombs than any other president, a total of 92,000 plus from 2009 to 2016. In 2015, a total of 29,643 bombs dropped, and 32,080 in 2016 alone. Obama also ordered over 514 drone strikes and had a weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting with former CIA Director John Brennan. They would target whoever they wanted gone and order strikes or send in a unit, or an agent to get the job done. Sunday, April 19, 2026. The world's largest skin bank is in Israel, stocked from Palestinian bodies. White hats on Telegram. Sunday, April 19, 2026. From the Epstein files, Joe Biden died and the masked clones are getting worse by the day. One of the clones was malfunctioning. Wednesday, April 15, 2026. Netanyahu's real name is Mili Kowski, an Ashkenazi Jew from Poland who grew up in New York. He doesn't represent a people, he represents a machine, political, military, ideological. Wednesday, April 15, 2026. Military tribunals operate under the Insurrection Act to handle treason cases beyond Supreme Court reach. Deep state criminals, rogue agents and shadow government operatives face justice for their soft coup efforts and subversion plans targeting America.
Things are coming to a head and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high-level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of and the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab, and they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he said, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole horror show of reality TV actors and, you know, Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships, this is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States and, of course, the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the U.S. have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a, social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, the United States, Europe. You're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. This is not, it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there was a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge medical poison industry, which is what the case is now. I mean, remember, he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, the other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars so they can harvest children for adrenochrome, enslave women, and for the organ trade, all that kind of stuff. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So, again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So, again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back-channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control society is they control religious cults, the Mormons, the all sorts of different cults that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way that Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and that it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the white hat staged the fake assassination to ruin Israel's reputation, or maybe Israel tried to kill him, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV, like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
The problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond the AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he starved to death because the food turned to gold and he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce, their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working, and it's, but yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all, future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison, but it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian mafia, who did want to implement mark of the beast control. And Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, is definitely part of that, because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanai Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Soka Gakkai cult is not going to be subcontracting control of Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans. But the people who are in charge of this are dead now, and everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then, because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it's the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that wants to kill off as many living beings as possible, not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You all know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure, totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see you.
Hello, Patriot. Doesn't it seem like time is moving faster and faster? Well, it does to me anyway. And just a reminder, tomorrow Judy should be back with her regular update. So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. Every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat / GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all a very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out, empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control. So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our fourth section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard.
Yes.
We've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
so
point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929. And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York, and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're
Well
just
dressed.
going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed, right? We went into the Great Depression.
Sure. Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line. Okay?
Yep.
He's giving you information.
Signal. Yep.
When he says this. These are the signals. And even
Absolutely.
right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up.
Absolutely.
Because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it. If the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go? You see?
Yes.
There's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And we had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of the a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this, and he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go after fraud, and they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here. So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that. And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt. But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes.
So you can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again, right, in order to pay the 105 back. So what you have is you have the system that just elevates in debt levels, and unless there's a reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down. We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset, went out the gold standard.
Yes.
We've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Good
so
point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message that's a video from 1929.
Yep.
Showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling, you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. Until you're standing in the soup line, right?
Yep.
Or the
I
bread
hear you.
line, because you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know.
Pray, plan, and
Be a prepper
prepare.
a little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems, and
Without a hiccup.
we're moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy. Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature. And that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay.
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
they talked about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May.
Central
When
casting.
Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is stage 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered. The same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching 6th generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Cash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very upbeat, guys. I am very upbeat. I am hopeful and praying that the news that we're hearing is accurate. And I'll start right there. Number of bond contacts have been keeping me somewhat abreast of their meetings throughout the week. They're saying ecstatic. Some of the groups that had not heard anything have had some ecstatic. I just hope they're right. Rumors running around there from a few of my bond contacts. Now, what's going to be real, what's going to be not, we'll find out next week. I know we're tired of hearing next week. But they're reporting that a couple of them, the paymaster, the attorneys handling the bond redemption for some of the groups, have been funded and they're allowed to distribute next week. That's the rumor. I'm going to treat it as total rumor until somebody I personally know at a real shake their hand, have sat over dinner with them and eaten, friends that have their bond money from their paymasters or their attorneys and group attorneys in their account spendable. That's when I'm going to lose it and come out and do a really fun podcast. Is that the rumor? The rumors are just running nuts from the bond side right now that money in accounts for the leaders of the groups with supposedly very specific instructions on that distribution next week.
EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. And they have a date for what they think is the date of the emergency broadcast system. Whenever you see a date, remember, this is an event-driven war. We cannot ever really know the dates. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. Now, that's part of NESARA. You can see to the right, I highlighted that part. Establishes new presidential and congressional elections. So all the House and then Senate people will get new elections within 120 days after NESARA's announcement. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. Hopefully we don't lose power, especially when we're coming up on summer and it's getting warmer. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Well, don't count on that. Just remember to stock your pantry and, get necessities, medications, just keep things on hand that you think you might need. Okay, so here is John Michael Chambers with Ricardo Bossi, and they are talking about the big event that might possibly trigger the EBS to go off, martial law, 10 days of darkness, and how to prepare for that.
The big crash is closer than you may think. Trump will be universally blamed. Financial systems will implode. People will lose money. Corporations will go out of business. Certain cities, as Juan O'Savin has indicated, due to the bond debacle, will collapse. And some people may not get paid in pensions and perhaps other things. Stocks, investments, and pensions may be wiped out, varying degrees. Living standards for a period of time may plummet. Supply infrastructure will break down. Digital IDs, CBCs, UBI, and rationing will be implemented shortly after a brutal period of inactivity. Now, there's some potential bad that I just laid out. We're going to go into potential good that follows that. But I'd like you to weigh in on what I just commented upon, especially coming off the heels of a 1929 clear comp from President Trump by publishing that. That coupled with what I just said, what's your feedback on those subjects?
Yeah, that's an interesting summary that you've put into the bad category. I can actually identify most of that as pretty good. And people look at me and go, "You heartless bastard." No, not at all. Point number one, we've been telling people for years, prepare. And preparation is it's just insurance. You know, am I concerned if my car's damaged or written off in an accident? No, why? Because it's insured. If it wasn't insured, I'd be driving like a turtle to ensure safety. But I can live my life because, you know, the car's insured. As a metaphor, so to speak, right? Okay, so if you're prepared, now this comes down to self-reliance. Whose job is it to make sure that you've got money in the bank or you've got wealth? Yours. Whose job is it to have food in the pantry? Yours. Whose job is it to keep you healthy? Yours. But unfortunately, the whole world on this simple concept of self-reliance is let's trust government. Government will provide everything. No, just no. Now, let's get to somewhere that's really going to hurt people and say, well, how can you say that? Well, how about this? Your stocks and bonds will be worth nothing. That's not fair. That's my money. I worked for it. I invested it. Okay. Let's say that the underlying business model that has provided you a very comfortable return on your investment over many years and shipping it overseas. And that's the business model that has pumped up your portfolio. I think there's a term called proceeds of crime. You don't get to keep it. So if your stock portfolio is predicated on a bunch of companies controlled by BlackRock, etc., and their corrupt practices produce proceeds of crime, then that money ain't yours anyway. It's corrupted money. It's blood money. So if it disappears, tough. Take it up with your corporation. Don't take it up with the sheriff that cleaned out the town, that cleaned out the crooked mine owner, the crooked brothel owner, the crooked pub owner. No. So you will lose money because guess what? It's proceeds of crime. Another example, the Masonic filth that runs most of the planet, certainly runs all of Australia. These people have houses and wealth and beyond your imagination. They're going to lose it all. They will lose it all. Proceeds of crime. Very simple. Oh, but you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yes, you bloody can. And that's what's going to happen. And on top of that, excuse me, so pick a high-ranking member of the judiciary who's on the bench, can't be challenged. Well, guess what, mate? Every cent you've earned, proceeds of crime. So you, your bride, and your children will be going down to the local social security office or whatever you call it in your country, and you'll be drawing a stipend like everybody else because your properties are now gone. Now, what happens when all these properties come on the market? The price of the local housing is going to drop like a stone. Now, the overpriced ones, and we've been saying this for years, nothing new. The hopelessly overpriced properties, because that's the way they do it. They pump up the prices so they can claim whatever they can claim on it. They'll drop simply because the real value will now be paramount. The housing prices that are not overly inflated, they won't drop by much. They'll hold their value. It's just the inflated prices of real estate, for example, that will crash. Are people going to be out of food? Yep. We've been warning people about that too. For goodness sake, what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we've said this for years, and on the Green Room, my weekly show to the A1 people in Australia, we'll put up a little slide that says, Here's how you prepare. This is the stuff you need in your cupboard. You need this, that, and the other. Put it in there, and we put it up. Do that. And then we also add, for goodness sake, put some aside for your idiot neighbor who isn't ready, and he comes to your door holding his 3 kids in his hand saying, do you have some milk so I can feed my family? So, of course, have some for them as well, to look after your immediate neighborhood. Now, it is, and we also say this, it is not your job to save the country. You don't have to empty your pantry and give everything to the idiot next door. No. You'll just give him what you can afford to give him because you've got to look after your family. And here's again what we've been saying, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's the story of Nehemiah out of the Bible. The Persians threw out the Babylonians. The Babylonian exile is finished. The walls surrounding Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the walls in the old days protected the city. Without walls, the cities were vulnerable. The walls had been destroyed for decades. And Nehemiah, who was I think a cupbearer, whatever that means, for Artaxerxes, I think if I think it's Artaxerxes. He went to Artaxerxes and said, I think God's telling me I've got to go repairs the walls to Jerusalem. So he gave him the resources to go in. Nehemiah had a look at Jerusalem, wandered around at night in secret to check the walls out. And then he saw the state of affairs, because they were under threat of attack all the time. He gathered everyone together and said, repair the wall, the city wall, that is immediately in front or beside your house. That's all you have to worry about. Because every man knows that he will build a wall for his children that is impenetrable. And if you're building a wall for somebody else, eventually you're going to be tired and go, oh, yeah, okay. Look, how about you look after your family? I'll look after mine. And that was a theory. So I think it was 52 days. Because every family was looking after the wall in front of or in adjacent to their own home. Jerusalem had the walls back up again and could protect themselves against their adversaries. And as they repaired the walls, they had a shovel in one hand and their weapon in the other because they were under attack. So these were tough times. So the same principle operates here and now. Look after yourself, look after those either side of you, but that's about it, because some Masonic piece of filth hasn't got enough milk in his fridge. That's his problem to solve. Now, I don't mean to sound brutal, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very easy to say no to any neighbors that come to me and say, can you give us some stuff? No, not happening. Not happening. We'll give you a little bit, but we've got enough for our family. Now, how long is it going to last? Is it going to last? Is it going to happen? Yes, it will. But this is a good thing, because the entire edifice of our economy is corrupted. There is nothing about the global economy that is the least bit laudable. Nothing. Above a certain level. And this applies in your town, in your state, in your country, and around the world. Above a certain level, you will not be allowed to succeed unless you sell your soul. And I mean that literally, not metaphorically. You can run the local corner store and have a comfortable living, but if you try to franchise that and get it out there and make a gazillion bucks, very quickly you'll meet the people who really run the economy. It is all proceeds of crime. The entire edifice must come down. It must crash. It will hurt. That's I'm not saying that with any sense of joy. It's just a necessity. It is just a necessity. Mm-hmm. There will be pain. Nobody, me and John included, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to come out of this and go, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. We didn't see it all coming. All of us are going to get hurt one way or another. And it might be a physical shock, like you've lost your years of investment, or just the moral wound of the depravity of the people when some of the truly gruesome stuff comes out, and you're nearly sick to your stomach that people could do that to other people. And so in terms of just the depression and the food queues and the rest of it, yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. We've said it again and again and again and again. And if you didn't hear it, well, I'm sorry. But we have shouted this from the rooftops for a long time. A1's been specifically working very hard on this everywhere we go. You can only do your best. And when it all comes down, you're going to pay the price for not paying attention.
Here is another post from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. And it says, important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. Now, I don't think NESARA will be announced until after the EBS. Until after all this stuff comes out. That's just my opinion. This is an event-driven war, and that makes sense to me as far as events. one thing has to preclude another. So I think we have to have the lockdown, and people need to be shown the evidence and the TV documentaries and everything first. And then NESARA announced officially, and all the other things that come after that. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds are seized. Cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. April 17th, John. 19 Amish families walked into my wife's bank and withdrew every dollar they had in cash without saying a word. She's been a teller for 23 years and had never seen anything like it. But this didn't start that day. It started about 6 months ago. The Amish in our area began acting differently. Stopped selling firewood, started buying large amounts of building materials, closed schools early, stopped selling goods to outsiders, quietly pulled back from the outside world. Important, Amish communities don't usually coordinate like this. Each family makes its own decisions, but this time they were all moving in the same direction, quietly without panic. The next day, I went to my neighbor, Jacob Byler, for the first time in 8 years. He opened up. He told me that 6 months ago, their bishop received a package from a man in Montana. Inside was a detailed manual about living without electricity, without the system, completely self-reliant. The man had lived like that for 10 years and documented everything. He believed most people wouldn't believe what's coming. Those not dependent on the system will make it through, and that the Amish should share this knowledge while there's still time. The bishop shared it with every family one by one over 4 months. That's why they changed everything and why they pulled their money out of the banks. Jacob gave me a shorter version, a video from the same man. My wife and I watched it. The next morning, we withdrew all our money, started preparing immediately. I scrapped my $4,200 generator. It wouldn't actually help. I realized even our stored food wasn't practical. My kids think I've lost my mind, but I've never been more certain. When an entire Amish community, people who don't panic, don't rush, and don't follow trends, quietly takes action like this, something serious is happening. And there's a passage from Proverbs 27:12. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Interesting story. Never thought about what the Amish are up to. And they have their own way of finding out things. So personally, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I have a lot of faith that the White Hats have done as much as they can to prepare for the reset. But it's always good to be over-prepared. This is from a Telegram channel called Tribunals and Executions, and it's from today, April 18th. Former IRS Special Agent Joseph Bannister explains why he hasn't paid taxes since 1998, alleging that the IRS has been engaged in fraud for decades and needs to be investigated. So many of us are starting to learn that the income tax is unconstitutional. And as part of NESARA, we should see some changes. And we've heard that Trump is suggesting there won't be any more income taxes. And I really believe that. So that's good news. But here is the video clip of this IRS special agent, Joseph Bannister.
You went to trial. You won that trial. Are you worried you'll be prosecuted again?
No, actually, there were 2 criminal investigations against me over the years. One from 2001 to 2004, and then another one in 2010. And all the while, not filing a tax return, and not out of some sense of civil disobedience. Of course, my investigation indicated that I didn't have a filing requirement. I confronted my IRS supervisors about the evidence that I gathered, and they told me to hit the road, to leave and not discuss any of my questions. So all these years I've had to go with what I knew to be true as a certified public accountant and for my own life. And the fact is, the same fact pattern would fit with most Americans, although I don't, tell people what to do. But for myself, since I was a link in the chain of putting people in prison over the income tax, I felt that I had to, absolutely speak up about it. The IRS didn't want to talk about it. And so that's basically how the last 26 years have gone for me.
You don't have to identify them, but I'm curious. I mean, when you are in a work setting, you have coworkers, you have colleagues, you often make friends with people that you're around in an office environment. Do you ever still communicate with people who work at the IRS? And if so, what are those communications like?
They don't really understand the issue. They either dodge it or they just have no clue that it's even going on. They just want to speak, IRS speak. And so I have to, I remember how to speak that way. So I basically have to just, deal with people that don't realize what they're doing is illegal. The IRS has to literally lie to their own computer systems to achieve assessments. I've coined the term the 1040A scam. And I certainly wish, Congressman, you were still in Congress, or you still can get into the Attorney General's chair, because you would absolutely find computer fraud that the IRS is engaged in on a daily basis for decades. And it needs to be investigated and prosecuted. It's absolutely illegal. And that's why I didn't want to go along with it any longer.
Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. There should never have been tax on Social Security. I mean, you can't, it's like double taxation. Eventually, I think we're going to have no income tax, period. So we'll see what happens. And it is part of NESARA, so... Okay, this is a post from Bioclandestine on Telegram, and it's regarding Iran and also uranium, that the uranium dust, that nuclear dust that they are collecting. So he says, Trump's blockade worked. Iran felt the squeeze, wisely surrendered, agreed to help Trump, U.S. military demine, and to not sabotage the Strait of Hormuz. Then Trump told Israel they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Now, I think they might be still bombing Lebanon. I don't know. They're crazy. Stock markets surging, oil prices falling. Turns out Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and every single anti-Trump narrative just went up in flames. Are you not entertained? And he says, take notice of who is quiet right now. Go look at the pages of Alex Jones, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Megyn Kelly, Mike Flynn. The rest of the loudmouth traders, what do you notice? Most of them haven't even posted, and all of them are silent about the news. Trump not only secured the Strait of Hormuz, he told Israel to stand down and that they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. The whole Trump is owned by the Jews narrative just went up in flames. This is a psyop to pull a lot of the Democrats to a new party. And because there's not going to be, their party isn't going to exist anymore. And eventually it'll be, there won't be parties. But again, this is a psyop to steer people in the right direction and get them off of the whole socialist, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and give them a place to go. The Dems now find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gas prices are going down. The stock market is recovering. Global energy trade now runs through the U.S., and Trump is going to get all the credit. Positive optics heading into the midterms. And there was no forever war, and Trump proved that he is a far superior commander-in-chief than any of his predecessors. Trump proved he's not like the corrupt presidents of the past. And that's because he was handpicked by the White Hats. And, again, this is an operation, military operation. And a lot of what Trump does is scripted out, I believe. Trump proved that he knows what he's doing, and all the critics have no leg to stand on. Now the Dems are staring down the barrel. Trump is headed into the midterms with a full head of steam, and anti-Trump narratives busted. Maximum positive optics, public support, combined with his promise to secure elections with voter ID, the Dems are in trouble. And again, going back to Nisara in there, it says that elections have to be secure. So this is something that has to happen. And regarding the nuclear dust, here's the post from President Trump. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel hopefully will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. I don't trust that they won't do that. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, regarding uranium, everyone has been asking what Iran has to do with draining the swamp and holding deep state U.S. politicians accountable. What if the single most damning piece of evidence against the deep state Obama administration was sitting underneath the rubble at Fordo? The uranium. And here's a reminder, through nuclear forensics, radioactive material can be traced to its origin, down to the exact site it was mined from, meaning that once Trump gets his hands on the uranium, he would be able to determine exactly who supplied Iran with uranium. Could be important. Remember the whole Uranium One scandal. And there was a whole operation with Hillary and, the 16-year plan. She was going to, they sold the uranium, I think illegally, to Russia. And then they were going to, I think they took some of it and they kept it, and they were going to blow up a U.S. city and blame it on Russia because they were going to trace the uranium back to Russia from that sale. That did not happen. But maybe some of it went to Iran. Maybe there was a secondary plan. So if we can get that nuclear dust and it can be traced forensically back to the Obama administration and the sale of Uranium One, possibly with Hillary, well, that's very traitorous. And that's just a piece of the evidence that shows this giant RICO case, collusion, conspiracy that's not a theory, it's real, to take over this country from within, to bring about a nuclear war. That's what they wanted, and that's why they built all those tunnels and bunkers and everything underground. But the White Hats, when Trump was elected in 2016, that put a stop to their plan. Edward Snowden on Telegram exposed $127 billion in gold discovered inside Iran vaults. Documents show Obama and Clinton moved it there through Swiss and Chinese banks. Explosive documents reveal $127 billion in gold reserves hidden in hardened underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad in Iran. This hoard never belonged to the Iranian regime. Globalist operators moved it there. From 2009 to 2016 under Barack Obama, Swiss banks served as main transit hubs while Chinese institutions completed the legs. Shell companies like those in Clinton Foundation operations provided the cover. The timeline confirms the plot. Obama took office in 2009 and flows accelerated. By 2010, Iran shifted to physical gold. Volume exploded from 2012 to 2015 during JCPOA talks. Officially, the administration claimed to isolate Iran. Privately, the networks routed hundreds of tons through Zurich and Chinese desks into IRGC facilities. Vaults sit next to nuclear and missile sites. Isfahan combines uranium plants with gold storage. The chambers are deep underground, resistant to strikes and EMPs, guarded by Quds Force. Hidden reserves give the mullahs power beyond official figures. At April 2026 gold prices near $4,800 per ounce, this reflects the Obama-era transfers. The gold funds proxies and programs, terrorist programs, without traceable revenue. Clinton's Swiss links are clear with intermediaries tied to foundation donors. Chinese banks integrated it to challenge dollar dominance. This was a globalist plan to weaken America, creating deniable war chests in enemy states. President Trump saw the threat in his first term, applying maximum pressure, returning in 2025 and escalating in 2026. The gold-backed Iranian defiance. February strikes left deep vaults untouched with reinforcements ongoing. The pattern mirrors moves empowering Russia and China. Obama officials enabled the transfers. The horde finances Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis attacking U.S. interests in 2025 and 2026. American families bear higher costs and service member sacrifices. The Trump team targets the chain with sanctions and intelligence for neutralization. This $127 billion fortress proves the 2009 to 2016 8-year betrayal, advancing a borderless order. President Trump directs full exposure. The gold will no longer fund wars against America, but end the networks. The battle for these chambers decides globalist betrayal or American strength. Trump ensures victory. In my opinion, I think that's why we have a lot of troops over there and more coming, because there's a lot to clean up. I think maybe transferring that gold or clearing out tunnels underground, child trafficking, and not just in Iran. I mean, those tunnels go to Israel and places like that.
All right. Schumann resonance. A couple nights ago, spiked massively. All right. And the next day, there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right. The house was shaking, and we weren't making it shake. Earthquakes were making it shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and it's like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake. And we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? Crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year. And, I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know. But I hope that was it. But, these are going to be times where you need to have a plan. And my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just get Earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right? Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, on the road here in Dallas, Texas, doing a LifeWave event. And really good information. The Dallas group is like phenomenal. Everybody's like totally tapped in. People of Texas are amazing. So U.S. must have the elections this fall, or there will be a massive revolt. All right. So we're moving in the direction where we're going to get free elections, free and fair. But if they're not, there will be a revolt. All right. Conservatives have been very patient. We've been, working with other groups to move towards, resolving, issues that are happening in our country. The infiltration of the deep state is, everyone's pretty much aware of it now. You have 70 to 80% of people now want the SAVE Act to go through, but Congress is dragging its feet. You have probes that are supposed to be going, after John Brennan. He should be, put away by now, but the Senate's dragging its feet on it. So we're not going to put up with this much longer. We're not going to put up with this much longer. All right. So there must be probably an executive order or a suspension of habeas corpus, like President Lincoln did. Something will happen, or the people will get involved, and that will be ugly, right? We will not allow the Democrats to come back in. They've already said that they're going to come they're going to take everything back, and they're going to come after us in a way that's going to just shut everything down. We'll never ever get back in power again. We, being conservative people that love our country, we will not let that happen, right? There will be an absolute revolt, right? It's not going to happen. All right, so this has to move forward. Now, President Trump and other people drop tidbits of info. They do information probes to see where the population is, to see how they respond to different things. A good example is where, they had the thing where President Trump went after the Pope. And we all know that the Pope in the Vatican and, the Catholic Church, for a great extent, is completely corrupt, right? This is not anything new to those of us that are awake. So he basically, poked that bear, and he wanted to see how people would respond. And I think for the most part, we're seeing a good response. All right. So these are things that happen. We saw the blast off of the spaceship that no one believes in. Whatever happened with that, if that was real, this whole technology. I heard Carrie Cassidy. She's an expert in this field. She's like, what? Who cares? It's old technology. We know that we have very, very advanced technology, and I'm of the same opinion. I'm part of the secret space program. Have been since I was a kid. Have memories of all that stuff. I've been talking about it. Hundreds of people have been talking about it for a long time. We have been to the moon. It's a satellite. There's an empty, moon base there. There is, Mars, every Saturn, around the moons of Saturn. I've talked about all this, and so have a lot of the people. So we have the technology, but they probe. They see where people are at, and there was a huge pushback from people that don't even believe we went to the moon, right? We've been to the moon. There's moon base. There's surface dwelling. There's all kind of crazy stuff that's already going on the moon. So we do little probes. We, me, other, truthers, some, not all the truthers are on board with all this. I look at some of the truthers put information out there, and I'm like, oh God. So, and it's, it's a process of bringing people to greater realization of different things. But if they do a probe and people are, massively against, something and don't believe in something on a massive scale, they're just going to pull back, right? We're not going to get full disclosure. We're not going to get, we're working with ETs. We're not going to get all the stuff that, and we have an ET race that's pretty much controlling the earth right now. A negative ET race controls the earth. So, of course, they control that information. They control the Vatican, and they control the city of London, and they, to a great extent, up until President Trump got in office, they controlled DC, the 3 city states, right? So President Trump has turned at least the city state of Washington, D.C. around, and, probably not completely, of course. We have, Congress and the Senate that needs to be cleaned out, right? And we have been told for, decades upon decades that the way we get, things right is we vote, the good people in. Well, we know that people are being, selected. We're not selecting them, but through our vote, they're being selected to get in the position so they can create fraud and steal from us and create our military, which has been used by the deep state for decades, right? So all of that's being turned around. That's what's happening in Iran. It's basically going after the deep state's main source. So talking about Draco reptilians, Iran's full of them, right? So portals and all kind of bullshit going on there. So President Trump is going in to shut all that shit down. So a lot of people don't have any clue about this. It's okay. You don't have to know everything. I don't know everything. Probably President Trump doesn't know everything, right? But to a great extent, he does, and the group that's with him does as well. So a lot of people that are informed see this as our last ditch chance, basically, to take back our country and the world, right? I believe it's going to happen, but I see little setbacks in the consciousness of humanity. So I have to support that.